you very much, Otibuatin Senior High. We are grateful to you. Shall we give them a big round of applause? Otibuatin Senior High School. Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Municipal and District Chief Executive President, Reverend Ministers, Heads of Department, Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all is set for the start of this very important program. Honorable Ministers of State, permit me to invite Right Reverend Emmanuel Macroeconomic, retired Bishop of Methodist Church, to give us the open prayer. Shall we welcome him with a big round of applause? Right Reverend Emmanuel Macroeconomic.
Thank you, sir. It's a short prayer. Shall we put our hearts together to pray? But for now, for just about 1 minute or two, shall we rise? Shall we stand? And then, shall we put our hearts together? Lady Woman of God, Mary Peters, wrote the hymn numbered 525 in the Methodist hymn book. 3 stanzas, but I'm taking only the first stanza. And I implore you, please, let's listen to how the hymn goes. Through the love of God, our Savior, all will be well. Oh, he didn't say anything. Through the love of God, our Savior, all will be well. Eastern region. Free and changeless is his favor, all is well. Precious is the blood that healed us, perfect is the grace that sealed us. Strong the arm stretched forth to shield us, all must be well. This is our great hope. All must be well, and we can even go ahead to say all is well in the Eastern region. This is the region. Shall we sit down and pray? Silence, bow humbly. O Lord God, with the confidence that we have to enter your most holy place and your very presence and your throne of grace in prayer, through the power in the blood and the body of our Lord and Savior Jesus the Christ, the Lamb of God, we humbly call upon you with sincere hearts and full assurance of faith in your goodness, in your mercy, great grace, and help in various forms. Here we are as the Eastern region of Ghana, the region of sunrise, the region of sunrise, where the sun rises from and then shines with splendor and beauty to your glory and to your honor. We want to thank you, O God, for bringing us together. We want to thank you that it is by your grace that we have seen the third day of the 9th month of the year 2024. It is purely by your grace, in fact, great grace, Thank you for the journey grace, journey mercies that, Lord, you granted all of us who had to travel from far and near. We are so much grateful unto you for your care, for your protection. So here we are, Lord God. It has pleased you, Lord, to give this vision to the region, to do what we are doing. It is our prayer that, Lord, the Spirit of the living God will exercise total control over all that we do here this great day. Everyone who has a role to play, we pray that, Lord, the Holy Spirit will reactivate the unction of God upon all of them, the anointing of God upon all of them. May the Holy Spirit reactivate their mental aptitude, so that, Lord Jesus, whatever they do, whatever they say, whatever we share will be glorious. And at the end of the day, we can say, yes, indeed, the Lord has been with us. We are so much grateful unto you. Strengthen us, so that, Lord, the hour that we will spend together here, Lord, we will be strong and very, very healthy. At the end of the day, we can say, yes, indeed, the Lord has been with us. May your name be praised and glorified. Look down in love and mercy upon us. If there be any shortcoming in any of us, oh Lord God, oh, be merciful unto us. By the power in the shed blood of Jesus Christ, the Lamb of God, cleanse us, make us whole, so that, Lord Jesus Christ, in your name, we will be blessed through and from this, oh Lord, event. In the mighty name of Jesus, the Christ of God. A big amen. A big amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Right Reverend Emmanuel Maclord, a 3-year retired Bishop of Methodist Church. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled here this morning for the Eastern Regional Town Hall meeting right here at the Regional Capital Koforidua Center for National Culture Conference Hall, to be precise. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, permit me to introduce the following personalities who are here with us to grace the occasion. The first personality on the list is the Eastern Regional Minister, Honorable Seth Kwame Champon is here. Ira Yadase. Metua Sono Oba Kukudrufu Nyansani Dachiribuan Hubon Tudro, the Honorable Minister for Information in the person of Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. Oh, Bom Kasiapa Oba Nyansani no. Ono Jirembo Abande Uronyina, Minister for Information. Yada wasi. Metua Sono, there were Honorable Dr. Alex Ampaben, Deputy Minister for Finance, Owaha. Followed by Dr. Anthony Insiasari, Presidential Advisor on Health. Next is Madam Fatih Swale, Chief Director, Ministry of Information. Followed by Dr. Winifred Nafisa Mahama, Acting Director, Information Services Department. Next, Mr. David Quay, Head, Regional Coordinating, Information Services Department. We also have all our municipal and district chief executives here with us this morning. Please be upstanding for us to acknowledge your presence. They must say papa, 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 papa. We also have all the heads of department in the region. Please, heads, be upstanding. Heads of department. We thank you so much. We also have various schools in our midst. We have Kofodia Senior Technical School. Please be upstanding. Then Otibuatin Senior High School, they are also here with us. Otibuatin. Then Ghana Senior High. Momo Munsam Kasiyam Famawom. Yabasrasa Yawo Mr. Yaw Edu Asari, Chief Director, Eastern Regional Coordinating Council. Ewo yentem. Nananom so ewo yentem ni mpanimfo ahodo bebre ebre ni nti yeda mo nyina ase ma mo nyina akwa aba e de ba dwumedie ase yeda masi bebre. Honorable Regional Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, permit me to invite to the microphone the Honorable Fatima Abubakar, Minister of Information, to give us her welcome remarks. Shall we welcome her with a big round of applause? Bom kasiapa oba hu ofefo nyansani da twirebo a ne ho bon tuduro o prekese ja meduro fikotia na ne ho agi afie mu oba ne tikoti so obi ani. Honorable Minister of Information, bom kasiapa.
Thank you so much. The Eastern Regional Minister and my big brother, Honorable Seth Kwame Champong, Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Dr. Alex Ampabing, Presidential Advisor on Health, Dr. Anthony Insiasari, the Acting Chief Director at the Ministry of Information, Madam Fatili Lisoli, other directors and government spokespersons from Ministry of Information, the Acting Director of the Information Services Department, Dr. Winfred Mahama, and staff of the ISD, the Regional Coordinating Director and other directors from the Eastern Regional RCC, Honorable MMDCEs, representative of Nana Kweku Boateng III, the Omanhene of New Jabin traditional area, our eminent clergy and imams, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on all further protocols duly acknowledged by the MC and say good morning to you all. We thank God Almighty for this day. I'm really excited to join you this morning. The vision is simple. As Ministry of Information, we have a clear mandate to disseminate government information, to conduct public education and sensitization, to take feedback from the public to government, to influence policy. During the period that the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, gave me the opportunity to serve as a minister at our ministry, I thought that we could not and cannot leave the work of information dissemination in Accra alone. We can't be there and be sending everything to you through TV. It is very important that for the purposes of accountability and to enhance democracy, we disseminate information at the local level, decentralize our communication, make good use of our RIOs and DIOs, and make sure we communicate in languages that the people understand. Also because accountability is the bedrock of democracy. we felt the need to come and show the people of Eastern Region all the developmental projects that have been executed within the period of the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, President and Vice President of the Republic, respectively. That is why today we have selected or invited these distinguished guests who have first-hand knowledge of developments in the region or their respective sectors to come here and share this information with you. I must say that we have really enjoyed the past 24 hours that we've spent in this region. Kind courtesy, the Regional Minister, Honorable Sir Kwame Champon, our eternal gratitude to you for being such a great host, for being graceful about it, for mobilizing the rank and file of the entire community to meet with us. Our most profound gratitude to the Omanhene of New Jabin traditional area, Nana Kweku Boateng III, for the kind gestures and warm reception that he has extended to us. And to you all, thank you for making time to join us. Because we are in Eastern Region, I'm also tempted to do a summary in Twi. Nananom, Asofo, Imamfo, Empenimfo, ni akuku dama mashia ha me nuanom nyina me mamoache e mamoatena se ye da se pa se aban so ye a ye dwumadi a ye dia ne se ye hwe da ubonsem ne nkitahudie so ye tonsa efremo efa regional minister honorable Sir Kwame Champon so mu nyina mabaha abebo ye chidom ye ba ha anya bone asede a ye dia maye say yenhwe na edwuma pa President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia edi sa aban ye behwe dodo a yaye wa apuye mantem mu ha nyina ye de beba monase ni ama makwanya nso na mu nyina se mo onsem misa bia mo nso mo betimi abisa na ya dwem adwen nche nso so de akoma aban ye damase ni anionyam kese a mo de ahye yen ene mo adaje na yesre otumfo nyankopon se bibibia ye de esi eni so se ye pese ye o mantem mu ha ebe ye kama kama na ede yedie ene mpuntu obebre ye nyina medamo asema no esi.
That is the Honorable Minister for Information, Bonsembio Famano. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Information. We are so grateful to you. Honorable Ministers of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge the presence of the following media houses. We have GTV with us here this morning. GTV. Then we have Adom TV. We also have NEF2 TV, ABC News Ghana. We also have Bright FM. We have GBC Sunrise Radio. We also have Afima FM. We have Taste FM and Eastern FM. On Facebook Live, we have Ministry of Information there and Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much. Center for National Culture. Monkasu meeting me nupe Monkasu. Bawusem Kesi Fama. Yadamase Center for National Culture. Mesre na maka to dwase dwumedie ya ekosui eye live GTV telecasting live any Yadamase Center for National Culture. Mesre na maka to dwase dwumedie ya ekosui eye live GTV telecasting live any other stations are me so GTV fan live Adom TV Net2 TV ABC News Ghana Bright FM GBC Sunrise Radio Afima FM Taste FM and Eastern FM Bibia dem kama Yebesre bebia yedui medical ya candidate say anopei yenya akwanya bantem no ye ko abontin mu ho no utimu se abanya ya dwuma papa adwuma de abanya ya bimpuntu dwuma ewo mensini ni nyina mu eni mantem ni nyina mu na mpanifo se kania hye table asia yehu said the shine fa inti anopay yeshia ha said the Minister for Information ka ye no dwumedi akoso ewo omampani boti Ghana bedwa so Ghana menwura His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana dwumedi awadi ni nyina ya chiri ni nyina egu mfoni so fefe ekwan bebe mama ye nyina ya kwhwe ye da mpanifo ase metu adwumade ni so no mesre ne maton safre yewura oji awowo set kwa me champion the Eastern Regional Minister na wabamaya presentation of infrastructure development ewo epomantem wa nyina bra wo boy bon sam kase pa fama no
Our eminent clergy, the Presidential Advisor on Health, my sister, the hard-working Minister of Information, Honorable Abubakar Fatumatu, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Information, Dr. Ampabin, my colleagues in the region, the Honorable Municipal and District Chief Executives here present, the Honorable Presiding Members and Assembly Members here present, Municipal and District Coordinating Directors, the Chief Director of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council, regional heads of departments, representatives of all identifiable groups, stakeholders, distinguished invited guests, my good friend from the media, the representative is Royal Majesty Dasibre Kwekubuatin III. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege to host the 2024 Regional Town Hall meeting and exhibitions here at the Center for National Culture, Koforidua, to showcase government achievements. We are gathered here as a people to reflect on our collective journey, share insights and engage in fruitful discussions that will shape the future of our region. So on behalf of the Regional Coordinating Council, the respected chiefs and the good people of the region, I wish to welcome you all to this important program. Since 2017, the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia has embarked on a path of transformation, implementing policies and projects aimed at improving lives of the Ghanaian people. Indeed, from infrastructure development to healthcare, education and economic empowerment, we have worked tirelessly to make positive impact. Today, you have the opportunity to witness first-hand tangible results of our development efforts as we showcase projects that have brought about significant change in our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to indicate that today's event is not just about celebrating our achievements, but also about listening to you, our valued citizens. Your feedback, concerns, and suggestions are crucial as we continue to build on our progress and address the challenges that remain. We are committed to transparency and accountability, and this town hall engagement provides the perfect platform for open dialogue between the government and the people of our great nation. I will proceed from here to do a PowerPoint presentation so you can see what I stated earlier as tangible results. And my presentation is outlined with a short introduction, an objective and scope, a background, the achievements, the major ones as we have done on social services, on roads, on governance and security, on sports infrastructure, agriculture, economic, and tourism. This is a region that has a lot to share when it comes to tourism, and I will conclude thereafter. The government, on taking over the administration of the country in 2017, has rolled out a number of programs and projects across all sectors of the economy in an attempt to address the needs of citizens. The Eastern region, which has the second largest number of districts in the country, has not been left out. Several interventions have been undertaken across the major sectors, namely what I outlined in my scope. The objective for this morning is to brief residents of the region and the public on government policies, programs and projects. The scope, as outlined earlier, will be starting from 2017 to date. Eastern region, I give a little bit of our background, is one of the 16 regions in Ghana. The region has a total land area of 19,323 square kilometers. The region occupies 8.1% of total land area of the Republic of Ghana and share boundaries with the east border with the Volta region, the western border with Ashanti region, the northern border again with Ashanti and Bono East, and the southern with the Greater Accra region as well as the central region. We have 15 municipal assemblies and 18 district assemblies, which are all coterminous with the constituencies representing us in the People's Forum at the legislature of Ghana. And I say we have 11 paramountcies where all are His Royal kings live with their kingdoms. Our population, as of 2010, the census gave us 2,633,154 people, and we were projected with a growth rate of 2.1%. And so our anticipation was that we were supposed to grow to about a 3,117,403. However, at the last census, we were enumerated to be 2,925,653. A number we're still contesting with the Ghana Statistics had come to 1%. Our female population is around 50.9%, and the male population is at 49.1%. The urban population is around 51.4%, and our rural population is around 48.6%. You have a beautiful map showcasing the entire land space of the region. Colorful social services. And I go to education. A summary of our achievements in education since 2017. We have senior high school enrollment increasing from a figure of 127,095 to 196,314 within the 2016-2017 academic year and 2023-2024 academic years, representing an increase of 54.46%. We have 404 educational infrastructures that has been provided to this region from the year 2017 to date for basic to senior high schools. A new state-of-the-art science, technology, engineering and mathematics, STEM for short, senior high school has been established at Abomosu in the Etiwa West district of our region. A new TVET Center of Excellence has also been established at Enyunem in the Etiwa East District Assembly of our region. A lot of infrastructure projects have been provided to give facelift to the University of Environment and Sustainable Development and other colleges of education in the Eastern region. I have a little bit of statistics for you on Frenia High School enrollment so far. In the year 2016-2017, we had a male population of 61,202 and female population of 65,883, totaling 127,095. If you run through, by the end and as we speak now, before the next academic year commences fully and as we are in, we are running around 196,000, as stated earlier, 314. The enrollment, as I stated already, is exhibited under the data shown on the screen, and I'm happy that the cameras are capturing all of them for us. On educational infrastructure, I give a little bit of statistics here. We have 33 SHS classroom blocks, 6 unit classroom blocks being 119, and 3 unit classroom blocks being 126, and 2 unit classroom blocks we have 59, and dormitory blocks for SHS we have 41, and teacher bungalows and quarters we have 26, totaling 404. The image you see is the beautiful Abomosu STEM Senior High School in the Etiwa West District Assembly. It continues with similar images, and the TVET Excellence Center at Etiwa East in Enyunem is what it's also an exhibition now. We have put up a multi-purpose lecture hall at the Presbyterian College of Education in Abetifi in the Kou East District Assembly. In fact, that is the highest habitable space in the Republic of Ghana, in Kou East. It's a unique, I talked about tourism. These are some of the iconic areas we have in our region. In the entire space of the Republic of Ghana, where you have people stay and live and habit, is in the Kou East District Assembly, and primarily and precisely in the Bitifi. If you go to the Boako South Municipality, Chebi to be precise, when it comes to the English lingua, we say Kibi, permit us to say so. So it rhymes with everybody. We have another multi-purpose lecture hall built for the Presbyterian College of Education at Kibi as well, which is also being exhibited. Don't be jealous because I'm a Presbyterian, but the Presby mission is the primary mission that dominates all denominations in the Eastern region, though I was trained by Catholics in St. Peter's High School. If you go, I don't want you to be jealous, so I'm exhibiting a Methodist College of Education in the Brim Central Municipality for you as well, and that is Oda, to be precise, a 2-story girls hostel at the Methodist College of Education there. I just want you to see some of these images so you see them for first time. This is not any story being cooked, reality being shown for everybody to see. I plead the cameras to capture them decently for me. Thank you. A 12-unit classroom block at Odumasi Nursing and Midwifery Training College in the Lower Manya Municipality. Beautiful. Thank you very much. This is Enum in the Sojaman District Assembly, a 12-unit classroom block which is ongoing. At the same time, when we come to Denchembo in Akwetia, I've seen my sister Amase here, the former member of parliament for Akwetia. Ama, you are welcome. How are you? And I see the district chief executive. Sebrikwan, are you there, my brother? How are you? You are welcome. Thank you for participating. This is St. Rose's. I'm jealous, you see, when you come into the senior high schools, when we go into the tertiary institutions, St. Peter's and St. Rose's, we are Sperosa. So don't be jealous. That is the school that I'm very jealous about. It's ongoing. We'll finish it for them. They are our sweethearts. Thank you very much. This is a 12-unit classroom block at Krobo Girls, also in the Lower Manya Municipality. It's a girls' senior high school, fully completed. The same way, in the Boakwa State, Kwaibibre Mura has his municipality, the Kwaibibre Municipality. And we have in Kade, a senior high tech school, and this is already completed as we speak. Thank you very much. At the same time in Kade, I'm showing you most of the images in the district and municipal assemblies. So kindly roll them for people to see, so I don't be a talkative here today. I just want them to see the good images we have from Lower Manya all through to the other municipal and district assemblies. In the New Dublin halt, please. You see, this is New Dublin North, when we migrated from Ashanti and came and settled, and the old colonial masters settled us here. That is why we have His Royal Majesty Goku Boatin leading the batch. New Dublin. This is a beautiful classroom block built for our friends, Pope John. That is where, those of you who don't know, the Minister of Information, our respected Member of Parliament for the Chimansa constituency. Yes, I've seen his district chief executive here. Paul Asamoah, you are welcome. How are you, my brother? This is where your MP was educated. He was educated here in Efijasi, in my ancestral hometown. Thank you very much. And this is also ongoing in Ganas, the same New Dublin North, Ghana Secondary Senior High. And then, oh yes, that's the Ganas colors. Let's go on, please. Thank you very much. Some dormitory blocks in Asokore as well, SDA Senior High School and College of Education as well. And then Oyoko Methodist as well. Thank you very much. And then Suhum Presby Senior High School. It's also gotten some fresh edifice by this government. Thank you very much. Please roll the slides for me. And this is Asamankesi. Asamankesi will not be left out. And this is St. Thomas SHS at Asamankesi. And then we go to Akroso. Akroso is also not left out. That's also a boys' dormitory. And then back to Kibi, Ebuapa State College, one of the oldest schools in the region. And then Beposo, Ukwapiman Senior High School in Ekropon, 15-unit classroom block. The anchor of one of the popular networks, despite media, their morning show host, Kukuoko, Kwame Sifakai, attended this school. I know very, very, very well because he was a classmate of my cousin and he's my senior brother. He went to Ukwapiman School. Oforepeni Senior High School in Ebuapa North. Alhaji Omar Bash Budinga is our municipal chief executive. I saw him here this morning. Alhaji, Salaam Alaikum. Thank you very much, my brother. You see, we've done something in your municipality. Thank you very much. We have a 3-story dormitory with an 18-seater WC and bath at Nkwetia in the Kou East District Assembly. That is Nkwetia Senior High School and Commercial College. And then Achim Swedro Senior High School Girls Dormitory is also fully exhibited here in the Brim South District Assembly. Same assembly hall, decently constructed in the Brim South at Achim Swedro. Honorable Danso is here. You are welcome. It's good that you also participated. At least we are not left out. You've been remembered. Similarly, we'll go to IRB. Paul, they want me to mention you again, but this time I only mention your English name. I'll not mention the Akan name. Yes, Ousu at Insaom St. Martin's. This is the chief whip of government business in the People's Forum in Parliament. Honorable Frank Anodompre, one of his senior high schools. Beautiful edifice there, 24-unit classroom block. Next slide. This is Achim Asafo in the Buakwa South Municipal Assembly, 12-unit classroom block. Kuforidia Pentecost Senior High School in the New Jabin South Municipal Assembly. Thank you very much. Another Akokwaso Senior High School, 2-story classroom block, also in the Achimansa District Assembly. Similarly, Akokwaso Achimansa District Assembly. And then Oyoko Methodist, we'll discuss this in New Jabin North. This is Ifijasi as well. A teacher's quarters fully completed at Ebri Girls Senior High School in Ikrapim South Municipal Assembly. Completed Vocational Technical Institute at Ketasi, also at the Ikrapim South Municipal Assembly. Such a nice edifice. Wow, this is in the Yellow Krobo Municipal Assembly. This is the University of Development and Sustainable Development, Phase 1. Such an area view. Look at this. And this beautiful. Into look at these nice buildings. Kosku has seen the Chawade no one. Nature, Senator Crowdy for no flowers and the can no wala. Our young game. Just hold on for me. Government is not just building the fiscal infrastructure that will give us the opportunity to study and work in schools, but the access as well. You can see the beautiful road network that has been designed and built there. Government is not, he's doing a holistic infrastructural development for all our institutions. Let us follow the slides. Besides giving the hard physical infrastructure, we give soft infrastructure as well. We provided laptops, 19,969, textbooks, 322,628, notebooks, 185,400, and physical education kits, PE kits, 55,632. We've given a Toyota Land Cruiser and pickups 34, and motorbikes 202. Who wants to buy now? Why? You can't addition kakra. I will say you can't health. I am mixing up because it is a very long presentation, so I'll mix up with the two languages, my indigenous vernacular Ghanaian language and Ghana's official language, English language. Since we require promoting health, doc, when so me young from so has a million from so summary of achievements in health. A lot of infrastructure has been provided to boost healthcare delivery in the region, including our new regional hospital, which is under construction here in the New Jabin North municipality, and 5 new 40-bed capacity hospitals. Achiasi has been fully completed and has been commissioned by His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and is in operation. We have Edukrom, which is fully been worked on. Just last week, a snack check was conducted by the Infrastructure Department of the Ministry of Health and has okayed it for us as 95% completion, and so we are good to go. Same applies to Jumapo, which is in the New Jabin North municipality. Edukrom is in the Okre district, and then Kwabe in the Tiwa West, also fully checked, and then in Kwetia in the Kou East District Assembly. All are various stages of completion, and I know in no time you will find us commissioning them for people to see the handiworks of this administration. 8 new district hospitals under government's Agenda 111, and these are in the Sojaman, sited at Apegesu, Adesu in the Upper West Achim Swedro in the Brim South, Abomosu in Etiwa West, in Shapimso and Tiase in Kou, Afram Plains South Assembly, and then Ofwansi in the Achimansa District Assembly, and Achim Esubwa in the Asene Manson Akroso District Assembly. All are at various stages of completion. 100-bed capacity trauma center in the Tiwa East District Assembly, in Unem to be precise, and 159 primary health care facilities, CHIPS, and health centers have also been provided, and most of them are at various locations in this great region where the sun rises. The statistics as exhibited are what I just narrated. We have already, as we speak, the Efidasi Regional Hospital is 46%. 4, Eburi in the Ikrapim South Municipality, Tetekwashi is the same time Ikrapim North Municipality, Kibi District Hospital in the Buakwa South Municipality, Etibie Government Hospital in the Kou South Municipality, and then the Somanya District Hospital in the Yelokobo Municipality. All 5 fully working, and I must say, I, Kwame Champon, standing before you this day, was born at the Etibie Government Hospital, and ever since that hospital was donated by the SDA mission to us, a government took over. No government I am 50 plus years. No government has ever touched that hospital until this administration came to do what we have done at the TB government hospital. Why? You see the statistics, they say numbers don't lie, it speaks for itself. If you go to Jumapo, I just mentioned all of them. Kwabe, Nkwetia, Edukrom, Achiasi, Enyinem, and Enyirisi. These are the statistics as we speak. Let's roll the next slide. You have seen construction of new hospitals, the statistics, 15. Construction of new health centers, 22. CHIPS, 78. Rehabilitation, 31. Accommodation for health staff, 28. 174. Oh yeah, where they go? That is an area view of our regional hospital under construction. This is what we did, what we talked about every Kum, 100% completed. This is Chebi, the Kibi Government Hospital, 100% completed. This is Sumanya, my love. Anytime I see, when I'm descending the hills from Okre, and I see this hospital, I'm so much in love, I'm happy. Mama say my by mama. Why are they? Now the trauma center in Enyinem. This is the maternity in Enyirisi, all in the Tiwa East District Assembly. This is Achim Asene Manso Akroso. That's a beautiful hospital built by the District Assembly. Built by the District Assembly. Look at that beautiful edifice there. Built by the District Assembly. Thank you. That is Achim Mampong, Chips Compound. Thank you very much. This is Achim Oda Government Hospital. That's a completed laboratory building for them. We come to the innovative zipline house in the Suhum municipality, distributing services to the entirety of the Republic of Ghana, all from the eastern region. We hear of zipline and everybody is happy about it. It is housed here in the eastern region. Even the next second phases is also housed in the Sujaman District Assembly. We are very proud as eastern region people because we are serving Ghana. The statistics is so clear. It tells you since 2019 to date, we have cumulatively done a total of 556,700 services to our health facilities across the Republic of Ghana. This is how they take off. If you go to Omenako in the Suhum municipality and you go to the zipline center, you find their takeoff center, and this is how it is structured. Next slide, please. I come to agenda 111. I've spoken about them already. And so these are the various districts where we are constructing the 7-way gods in this region. I've stated them already. Next slide, please. These are the aerial images of the various stages as I stated them. This is Apegesu, this is Achim Swedro, AMA Tiase in the Afram Plains South, Abomusu in the Tiwa West, and then Kwabe is already gone, and then Achiase we have already commissioned that one. We commissioned it with His Excellency the Vice President not too long ago, just about 2 weeks ago. Very fresh in our minds. Next slide, please. That is the Okre 40-bed, and this is the Jumapo 40-bed in the new Drabin North Municipal Assembly. This is in Kwetia in the Kou East District Assembly. I just saw the District Chief Executive. Isaac. Isaac Japon. Next slide, please. In Kwetia is where I went to secondary school. Brofuna American Nkotia them so I mention baby I'm so. Very well. We're coming to Almighty Roads. Thank you very much. Show me the roads we have built in the region. As a matter of fact, let me give the statistics. It's very important to me. The region has a total road network coverage of 7,147.79 kilometers. Out of this, 5,555.79 kilometers have been awarded on contract. 1,859.62 kilometers have been completed. Let's proceed. That is the statistics. Under the road agency, we have 3 agencies: the Urban Roads, the Feeder Roads Department, as well as the Ghana Highway Authority. Under the Urban Roads Department, we have 1,350 kilometers, and we have awarded 529.70 kilometers of road, and we have completed 329 kilometers, representing a 62.19%. On feeder routes, we have periodic maintenance routes and then routine maintenance routes. Cumulatively, we have awarded 4,247,000.79 kilometers of road. Periodic maintenance has 1,499.74, and routine maintenance at 2,660 kilometers of road network. In total, we have completed 648.38 on periodic maintenance, making a 43.83%, and 287 kilometers of road, making 10.78%. Cumulatively, we have highways doing 1,550 kilometers of road network, and we have completed 866.35 kilometers of road, and that's the length we have awarded, and we have completed 595.24, making a 68.79%, which gives us a total of 5,000, like I said earlier. The data spelled out already. Let me see the next slide and I move on. Let me do a bit of the road agency statistics slide. No, the slide before, good. So you see what we have done as rehabilitation, and we've given the funding source, which is the road fund. You've seen asphaltic overlay. We've given the funding source, which is also the road fund, and then we've given partial reconstruction, and we've given the funding source, which is cocoa board, and then all put together is GOG. And so this has been done by the government of Ghana, and cumulatively we have seen this improvement. Paved length of urban roads as of 2017 stood at 145 kilometers in the eastern region, and as we speak, we have comparing it to a length of 329.5 kilometers as at the end of August 2024. It tells you that we have increased the coverage of urban roads network by 126,000.8 kilometers. Aban wa ebi o hu numbers ne sa esusa na so nam so nam kofo dia se hu asphalt na hu kofo dia nyina no ni nyina e kasa de ye kan hu nti ade no ye kana kilometer no a wajo be se e ade keto e kwansi o kwansi na mekeka bom sa no nti e kwan papa yo na makoma nim baby aye boy jumano ukoye mensini ni mo all our districts and our assemblies, our municipalities, Okre and Ekupon towns, and our urban roads upgrading, we have done at 23.6 kilometers in Koko, Etiwa East and Etiwa District, West District town roads, Brim Central. If you just say Koforidia, you see Koforidia has 30. Capital, Chebi 12, Kade 11, Suhum 2, Fantiakwa 2, Apiga 2, Ntiyanguyenim, asphaltic overlay, Ofodia South and North 56.85, Ebuakwa South 32.65, Ekupon 7.1, Pidiasi 1, Brim Central. When I mention the numbers, they can't connect. I want them to connect. This is at Kwabe Anglican Secondary School. Like I said, we do holistic development. We don't just build classroom blocks and leave them in the middle of nowhere. We give access to the places. So you can see the access we've developed to where we have developed this Anglican Secondary Technical School at Kwabe in the Tiwa West District Assembly. Internal roads. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is Boma, Asamama. These are road networks that we have developed there. Next slide, please. You can see the image before 2017 and the image post 2017. So you see before and after. Just roll the slides for me. Beautiful slides you find out there. And this is during construction when we're doing asphaltic overlays. Please roll them for me. And we have done so. I said we do holistic development. You see how we're running it around them. This is the judiciary, the seats of the judiciary in the Eastern region, the supervising high court premises here in Koforidia, not too far away from this Center for National Culture. Government has provided correct state-of-the-art road network access for our learned judges and learned practitioners at the bar. Thank you very much. This is Achim Apija town roads ongoing. This is Manfi girls, the girls who won the contest for us. Every town rules, asphaltic overlay. This is Koforidia Jabin South, asphaltic overlay. So the statistics as I enumerated them. We have some check bridges that we have constructed at Efijasi in the New Jabin North municipality, and then which is at Asokori, and then we have done one at Chibi as well, is to help connect our communities who are divided by natural bodies, streams and river bodies in our communities. Etiwa West, Koko, Okre, Suhum, Enyunem, Kwabe. This is the asphaltic overlay at Apija. Asamai Tamfoy, we're doing reconstruction in those areas as well. The Grot Town roads, feeder roads. I'm particular about these statistics. We have a total paved length of, as at 2017, we had a total paved area of 169 kilometers of road network coverage. And now we stand at 648 kilometers, a difference of 479. And if we're doing mathematics and we want to do percentages, it is at 283.65%. That's the increment. I mean, can it be? Or hanchemu ahanu. A duotrim and sa any a chipon. Abaya, the numbers of my wife. I'm Penica said at you, my referee, a young power. Massam Neyawa, Mufanchem, Munabutan, Namushem, why, Mr. You can see the statistics as we have laid. This is what the length of the routes we have in the various communities and the level of completion we have done. You can see it's clear. This is for all of us to witness and go and verify for yourself. Please roll them for me. Yes, I love these pictures so that people can see that the numbers correlate with the images we have. Thank you. Oh, why isn't a green one not fine and you see, go back. Go back. I need to give a history of this route. Koutafo and Kuma is in the Ko-East District Assembly. I remember some 10-15 years ago I was a member of parliament, and that road connects my district assembly, the Ko South Municipal, and Ko East, and then Fantiakwa North, and we had to go for a joint road progress meeting, and a stamp by the roadside pierced my vehicle tire, and I couldn't follow the train to go and enjoy the meeting. So I'm so particular about this road, and ever since that construction was initiated under the John Ejekum Kufuor Aliyu Mahama administration, and it truncated, it had to wait to take another Kufuor Gowon administration to continue and get it completed. Some of these things needs mentioning. It needs mentioning because we are a living testimony to it. Please proceed. This is Obotumpang. Obotumpang, some 20 years ago, I used to drive on these roads and we had no tarred road. Obotumpang is not too far away from Koforidua. It's in the Suhum municipality. Today, look at it. So beautifully done. It's never seen tarred road before. In who ko tarred da? Domiabra, Boabin, Nkoko, sa bypass way. Nkoko used to experience congestion. So President Kufuor, during his time in office, created a Nkoko bypass. It still didn't solve the congestion of the municipality. So this government had to also create from the northern part to the western part of the municipality this bypass. And this has helped ease a lot of congestion in the Ko West municipality. Brian, Meboa, Enyejuma, Saboye, Nyamichel. This man used to be the Director General for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Today, he is the Municipal Chief Executive for Ko West Municipality. Honorable Yao Oswald, lawyer. Suhum Adakwa Nankasi Road, the Huko Tada, the Huko Tada. I've seen my friends, the press, they have folded their arms, they are watching, they are astonished. I know they'll give a good report. I'll not put you on the spot because you don't put me in court. I will be Asaba Bidia Road. Asaba Bidia Achimansa District Assembly. Ekupon Labukrum Road. Pachoyenko. Steel bridges. We hear me, Mamenka way. 3 number Spanish steel bridges have been completed, and these are across AMA for short, and then Chebo Akwetia in particular, Achimansa, Ko South, and New Dublin South. These images are following. These are the bridges. This is at Osiem, at Akwetia, and Yinasepa Odo. Across Go south, and this one is at Ntomim, on the Ntomim Road, crossing the Esubone River, one of the longest streams in the eastern region, joining the Afram River. And Teso, Chale Momon Sema, by Namu Prince, and Aminiachi. Koun Tesopa, you see, I want you to witness something. You see the buildings along the road corridor. It is consistent dust that has cladded those buildings, though some are thatched homes. But concrete construction buildings are there. So now that the road is black, if you go there, we took this picture long ago. If you go there now, it's all cladded and facelifted. Their buildings. Isaac Mboa, we are painting it down to say, "Abai nyade, momon sema abai." I was so happy when this road was constructed. This is linking Kousa Koufudwa. Drebiase Onyemso. It is one of the access connections to climb the Kou mountain without going through Nkoko town. If you get to Fudwa when you are from Kumasi, after Breku, the bend in Breku, you cross the Foma River and you come to Apra River and proceed to Fudwa. I don't want to do something here. Let me do government business. It's so touching. Those communities have never seen a tarred road before, but today, members in those areas have witnessed tarred road, and I'm happy because I used to represent them, and I was happy we did it before I left. Thank you. Bososo is Fantiakwa district. I saw you. You are here, Ofusu. Thank you. You are here. Thank you. Say I be among and I nebi. Someone yamuchefa. Abai by Muslim yamude. I'm doing this so that everybody would realize how our region has been touched. It's not centered in one area. Thank you very much. In Sawom Adwejiri, we're doing paved access as well, and we're using paved blocks because some of the areas, because Sawom is one of our active municipalities, there's a lot of congestion in that community. It lies in our southern border with the Greater Accra region, and you can access the central region from Sawom as you go to Upper West Achim to exit through Adesu. And so these are quite important neighborhoods for us, and that's what you've seen us do. We're not just doing a flexible pavement, we're doing a rigid pavement to be able to carry loads, because you see most of our landlocked neighbors as the Republic of Ghana, i.e. Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger, a lot of them had their goods through our region because the central spine, which I call, is in the eastern region, and they all use in Sawam. And so if we don't fortify the roads in Sawam, let's move on for the next slides. You can see some nice culverts being prepared. TJT Ankuma Go East again. Let's move on. The Sunafo, this is a Tiwa East. Let's move on. Highways. So you come here. Let's roll. I think I've done the statistics already. So you can see the roads we have done. I need this one. This is in Krakai, Edukrom, Trum Junction, linking New Gabin South, Yellow Kobo Municipality, and then Okre District Assembly. So this road links 3, in technical terms, district assemblies. New Gabin South. I saw Honorable Ike apologizing, my landlord here. Where is he? Yes, that's my landlord. The New Gabin South Municipal Assembly is here. Yes. Thank you very much. You're welcome, my brother. And so you find them here. This is linking New Gabin South, linking Okre, and then linking Yellow. Where is Eric? I saw Eric here. He was brought up at Nkrakai. Very good man. Thank you, Eric Tete, the Yellow Municipal Chief Executive. Oh, Osiembekro, Sekot. Aha. Thank you, Chinibwa. Thank you. Let's move on. This is linking Fantiakwa North and Kou East. Begro Impem Miasu Road and Aban Wayebi. Where Mipon so mountainous areas. When you send contractors there, they go on Tariana Why, but strong contractors have stood their ground, and that is the witness. I don't need to, the evidence is there, so we are all witnessing it. This is it. Thank you. Next slides, please. And beautiful road furniture around for us. You can see all the beautification, road signages, nicely done. This is in Kwabing, Abomusu Bridge. This is in Abomusu Kwabing for the River Bloom. Nice bridges. Oh, Jumala no mo yekono. Yenkweni. Assume subi kade yenwie ni nyina yeguso aye yeko. Yenkweni. Yenkweni. Pram kese of Wasikuma. Yenkweni. Achimda, Brim Central, West Achim, those areas we call West Achim, Achimda, Achim Ewisa in the Brim South, Asesewa, Kufuridia, Abosu Road, 65.2 kilometers, still ongoing, under construction, but you can see we've tarred portions of that long stretch of road network, Ghana Highway Authority. Go back, so the statistics, I love these ones. I don't leave them out. Roll them for me. You've seen. Correct one. Somanya yanko yanim Kiano. Let's go. Let's go on. In Priso Town Roads. Hey, Almighty in Priso. Thank you. Pacho yanko yanim. Kwetia Town Roads yanko yanim. Next slide, please. New Abrim. I need to mention that Adankrono is also ongoing. That is linking Kwaibi Brim and Brim North District Assembly. Kwaibi Brim Municipal Assembly and Brim North District Assembly. A very important road network for us. The people of Utumi are all enjoying this road. This is across Oda, a very tough and difficult terrain. But today, black is on the road, bituminous surface on it. Thank you very much, government, the Excellency, President Nana Adudanko Ekufuado and Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia's government. Moya de Ubiya de Ayepren wa Mumpre. Let's move on. You see, this is Asokore in the new Jabin North municipality. You've seen rigid pavement, what I call holistic development. We don't just improve the buildings on the campuses, but we improve the road network. Go to the College of Education of Asokore SDA and you see the images. They say pictures no they lie. Oh, Naim, level don't change for them. Abi, oh, now we they go. We are on. Move on. Oh my goodness. Aban wayade o. Yesi bema be bi wanya ni nyina. Whilst government was investing in the road infrastructure, it noticed and realized that the expectations were so high after that to see how we can catch up with the deficit. If you a bit mindful on statistics and you monitored the data I was showing, you realize that the coverage was so long awarded. However, a determined administration, determined leadership will always provide for you solutions that are everlasting. And so we want to go on what we call the district road providing for assembly earth moving equipment to augment the traditional road contractors we have and the road agencies we have. So we have, as we speak, distributed tipper trucks, distributed backhoes, distributed water bowsers, distributed table rollers, which we call rollers, motor graders, wheel graders, bulldozers. We have low beds and concrete mixers for each and every district assembly. 33 of them. Umpe way na opede. Mikasa tintini na nadansi ya nene dahono. These are the images, and they are all going to augment the traditional road construction that is going on in our various communities. Mr. If you did idea bay, Munya, your mention as well for no abutre. Omune engineer for no idea be show Monsano. Na yemfanye Juman, Yadibama, Ubia. Menim say, Abana say, no Ubia Pesi Chana Quanso. Yayen Shishaye, I betra Ubia, unfeatured Quaya, the Wahomau. We have a program we are pursuing. We're going to ensure that all your bad connecting routes will be taken care of under this program. So please be patient with our municipal and district chief executives who are at the center. We have appointed coordinators who will support the chief executives and the engineers who will be managing these equipment. We want you to give them the due honor by following their instructions and engaging and collaborating with them for us to have what our expectations, the roads which will be smooth and comfortable for us to ride on. Thank you. I move on to what I call governance and security. Government, by ensuring that we respect the 1992 Constitution and knowing the arbiters between the legislature and the executive, who are the judiciary, and are also lacking in certain infrastructure. Government through the District Assembly's Common Fund Administration determined to also affect the lives of the judiciary, and this region was not left out. We have been built and we are using 13 district courts across the length and breadth of our region. Police stations have also been developed, 17 of them across the length and breadth of our region. New district assembly blocks, 15 of them have been built, and 2 fire stations have been built. That is what I call security and governance. These are the courts you see. High Court at Macroeconomic is there for you to see. The judiciary is working in them. Fully furnished, decent district court here in Koforidua, just some few minutes drive from this Center for National Culture. Courts A and B here in Koforidua, district courts. Achim Tafo District Court, that's a magistrate court. We have a circuit court also at Ekwapim Mampo, also built by this government. And then we have district court at Kota in the Ayensuano District Assembly, also built by this government. And then one at Osino, also built by this court. That is a magistrate court. And then you have a district administration block for the assembly to be managed at AMA, built at Manson. That is that. You have one in Achansi, you have one in Achim Swedro. The Achansi one was recently commissioned by the vice president, the leader of the New Patriotic Party. We have a similar one at Efidasi. We have another one in a police station at Achim. We move on to sports. Koforidua Youth Resource Center and 22 astroturfs in the eastern region. This youth resource has held our 67th independence anniversary, and because of this edifice, Ghana Ibra Koforidua energy about please, the next slides. You can see if you go to the Macroeconomic, you have this beautiful astroturf there. It enables our youth to be able to exercise round the clock. We wouldn't talk about the 24-hour economy. We talk about exercising 24-hour round the clock, and that is what we do. Clear for you. That is what the astroturfs are meant to be. We have floodlights there. They will give you illumination any day, and this is a very safe region. People go as early as 3 a.m. they are there exercising. As late as 1 a.m. people are there exercising. Can't you see 24 hours in operation? Must that be a new thing we have to do? Achim Swedro Yankuyanim Nyamidium Efidasi Abain Waibio Waibipa Samon Saman Wai Ekasi ya kan de be sign ba me pese press mu fa we na no be bisa ya ho nsem ne a pensem mu. One district, one warehouse. They will be origin way mu. They will be Upper Manya Kobo. They will be Ayensuano. They will be Fantiakwa North. They will be Ko South, and they will be Ko Franklin South. Banuwa. Please, Franklin South. This was when we were under construction. This is the Fantiakwa one at Obohon in Fantiakwa North. A Sujaman district for vegetables and other plants. We have done something unique in this region. I'll not let this fly. I need to talk about that. It's not just about infrastructure. And I want to congratulate all our great department directors in our various municipal and district assemblies and our municipal and district chief executives. and overall our Greek department, the regional directorate. They have assisted us because of the concept of one district, one factory. We challenged every district assembly under this is an agrarian region to develop one commodity with competitive advantage. Able to also tell the world that this region has also started her work in manufacturing. 4th edition of the Eastern Commodity Satellite Market Fair here, and all the exhibitions are going on at Painting Hall in here, the municipality of New Durban South. And I entreat all of you, I invite you to visit the stands, just as we are going to exhibit to you the beautiful things we have done in respect of infrastructure in our stands here outside when we leave this hall after this presentation. I invite you as well to visit our Greek stands to see that government leadership has been respected, and that stewards of state and men and women who serve the Republic in public spaces have done what is to be done. And I thank all of them and I congratulate them for the good works they have done. Please appreciate my district chief executive and our Greek directors for me, because they did it. That's what you see. The images you see, you will find them here on our markets in Koforidua. There's one thing I would add to the satellite market. In 2021, we suffered 2 major disasters in the Brim Central municipality. There was a severe storm that took off the roof of several schools and buildings in the Brim Central municipality. Whilst we were picking the pieces and putting the structures back, our major market in Oda in that municipality got burnt. Once again, the district assembly's administration common fund, and here the administrator needs to be mentioned, and our father in the region, the Honorable Yaosafumafu, senior presidential advisor, was so instrumental, and the Deputy Minister of Health, Akwesi Akwa, were very instrumental in assisting us in getting these edifices we see. Newly built Oda market, fully reconstructed. Watch the space. I will advertise it to you when we are commissioning, so you all come and see. Modern state-of-the-art market, beautiful edifice, infrastructure. Please roll it for me to see. There is so much we could not have time to present to you. I'll take some of you to just drive down here in Koforidua. This is in the Lower Manya municipality. I've seen our chief executive right here, the Honorable Kweku Tete Simon. You see, we are exhibiting your beautiful structure in Odumasio. So this is from Odumase Kobo. Nice resource center. Please, let's move on. So all that you see here are exhibitions, and the one district, one factory, which President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo initiated in our region. They are all here. I just want you to look at shoe fabric in the Kwapem North Municipal Assembly and the tourist sites we have. Abri Botanical Gardens, Boti Falls in the Yilo Municipality, the Tetekwashi Cocoa Facility in the Kwapem North Municipality, Mampong. The big tree in Manso in the AMA Asene Manso Akrosu District Assembly, also rehabilitated. Tetekwashi are all there for you to see the tourism sites. I think we have exhibited enough of our infrastructure. One that we haven't completed, but I can challenge everybody here to drive through the central district of the new Jabin South Municipality, our famous Jackson Park, to witness the beautiful things we are doing there. The edifice we have raised. Why are they? Sorry, why are they? This is under the secondary cities. The markets we have built in Brim South, in the few assemblies that benefited under the Urban 5 and Urban 4 projects of the local government ministry, is also part of this administration infrastructural build-up. I want to show my appreciation to all of you for your patience in listening to a long and a talkative, like Kwame Champon said. Papa no masofo no mpanifo a yefre mu free aban mu a mabeka yensa me nua ba nunyamfo Fatima Abubakar a obo amane ewo dewuru hu ema aban ye maame ye dawase se wa ma yesa akwan ye na yenso etimi aye de beyo na meka se ye me nua pani a ono okosugu we ansa na meko aban futuni obinfo oyareseni Dr. Nsiasare yedawase minu yampa bia obinfo a wabo be wosikasemu a se me ho kiri mo sikamu oboa me medawase pa se obae amene be ya me boye fafiri aban obae free influence ekwa twimonie enyema yabeyo ehufodi ne yitwaye no akwan adansie yekase yeka adaje beboye nemum itia yeye ohumini anom sentrofo no wahase dwumadi amayi mede ne nyina ba man sentrofo na sentrofo maboa me na maton ama omanfo a entumi ama edwabo yase ene sen enye nipa nyina na sabre obi jambre aba nanso ma bre ene madaja mode man ene mumfidi a mode sie so a twae ama amansan etie yen no hwe yen binim se ebeboa ama yensen krai edu akiri edu wo mo ene akrachefo a esobo mantam yim na wahase enti eduru emra nipa ebetoto ya no a se ehia amane ebobi a ebebo a kire mo meda akrachefo a me mo hanya wo mo hwe akwan yie so omo hwe emfuo so omo amhwe empepa pepa nkrata asem ya mo se yefre bibi bureaucracy aban nkrata asem kere perepere yo nti wo bedi dwa waban mu na so omo amfa nhoma na to ho a yempa ba amane me gina ho bebia me fire kwan wa me besi me nya ba amane saa ne yempese obi abija ba amane nti esrese me nuanom da ubofo yense bi a yabon ne tofo ya ama me kasa yetinti a me dia to dwai me di masem nyina ebe wiye no mesre mo no maboa yen na yensoso ya fa no naposo e di ama amansan na amansan hu enyuma pa eye otibenya so Ghana mampani nana adodanko ekufo ado one na bedi ekire obenfo okunini Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia aban ya Ghana de hye won so akofo mu so aye no enyuma pa wa baba beyo nyame nke nyina ho na one ye ntina Yehowa oni mochi se na basefo ma aka no amen.
Sasuna original minister of the Above Family Champion, the Dance and Trophy Grass, Papa, you may hear live on air. GTV, FM Live, Adum TV, Net2 TV, ABC News Ghana, Bright FM, GBC Sunrise Radio, Afima FM, Taste FM, Eastern FM, and Joy News. Them live. Sasuna on Facebook Live, Ministry of Information and Ministry of Finance. Yadamunyina Papa. Sabre ya humbrasiem meton sadia frère Dr. Alex Ampaben, Deputy Minister of Finance. No so any akasa. Bra wo be finance mboka siema no.
I'm in shape with you in this sense. The Regional Minister, Honorable Seti Champo, Minister for Information, and the able, capable big sister of mine, Fatima Abubakar, Dr. Insias Nananum, Municipal and District Chief Executives. Memamunyina aha anachi achi mejia munyina na yemamunyina nso akwaba mekasa no mede be frefra mu kakra anse duru bebi aya na economics no de batwi a aya na se radio for mu de enkatwi na mepese me ne mo beka na yetimi ate niema siye ewo anamon a abanwe atuo de otuye abra na covid emaye ebra covid bae eni sisi a baabi ayewe na wanya ahotoso bi se be medu bewura ya budget ya ye emise ye November 15th ena ye kai budget no eje se ya kohuma sika no November bosome last 2023 asem na American ena yani Ghana fo be di nkomo sesemu ene ya setena mo ne bibia no a ye targeting si benya 2.8% na eba inflation said ye situto ne mambumbu na ye de ba se ye be call 15% na fe ye primary balance na che se ye sika ye nya no ene edwumadi a ye die no si ye bosia ensi ho free mu a na anka ye benya positive ya ye some years ago no na ayade na ewofom kakra na ansa na meko ba bia ye gina sisi no mayemon konko anhwe echi kakra that before I come to the current economic situation, let me step back a bit and look at our macroeconomic journey. Before COVID, Ghana was on a different economic trajectory. Post-COVID, we were in a different economic journey. But before then, I will start with the GDP. Our GDP growth in 2015, that's before the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia took over. GDP in 2015 was 3.1%. In 2016, it went to 3.4%. MPP took over from January 2017. By the end of the year, 2017, our GDP had moved from 3.1% to 8.1%. In 2018, we continued that with 6.8%. And in 2019, we continue again with a positive trajectory to a 6.5%. So in the first 3 years of the MPP administration, we had a GDP growth averaging a whopping 7.1%. Now, in 2020, the GDP moved from the 7.1% on average to 0.5%. And we all know what accounted for this. So a country that has 8.1%, 6.5%, and 6.8%, to move straight to 0.5 was not an issue of a bad economic management, but an issue of external factor way beyond the abilities of any government at the time. But one interesting thing I would like to share with you with this data is that in 2020, when Ghana grew by 0.5%, it was still positive. Most of our neighbors recorded negative growths. And here I'm talking about Kenya, recorded a negative 0.3%. Nigeria recorded a negative 1.9%. Zambia recorded a negative 2.9%. South Africa recorded a negative 5.9%. Were all these governments bad? Surely something might have happened, because all these countries I mentioned prior to the pandemic in 2020 all had positive growths. So Ghana recording 0.5% positive growth is a strong indication that the government did perform well in the midst of all the economic challenges. Now, post-COVID, look at what happened. In 2021, we bounced back, and the GDP moved again from the 0.5% recorded in 2019 to a 5.1%. We followed this up, but then there was a drop. And again, you will understand how external forces impact on an open, small economy like ours. So from 5.1% in 2021, Ghana had a 3.1% by the end of 2022, which was orchestrated by the Russian-Ukraine war and the impact on global supply chain. This was an unprecedented, and again, majority of our neighbors recorded a much reduced economic growth. In 2023, we experienced a positive economic growth in GDP, but then again, it came to 2.9%. Currently, in 2024, the first quarter data out, we are on our way up to the pre-pandemic era. And I'm happy to say, in undergoing an IMF fiscal consolidation program in the magnitude of ours, no country has grown for more than 1.5% in the history of the world. But Ghana, in our first full IMF program, recorded a 2.9% growth. And as I'm talking to you, we have moved from the 2.9 to a 4.7%. This is a government that is working, and this is an economy that is on its way back to prosperity and growth. Now, let me take you quickly to inflation. I won't bother with all the figures, but if you understand and follow the dynamics, then you understand why we are here. Now, we are okay with GDP. Let me take you quickly to inflation, because inflation is what determines how prices are increased. So once you understand inflation, pre, post, and then during the pandemic era, we will come to appreciate the situation we are in and how far this economy is recovering. I'll take you again to 2015, because that becomes the benchmark, and that is what we used to know before the Nana Addo Bawumia's government. In 2015, inflation stood at 17.7%. In 2016, inflation was 15.4%. Remember, there was no COVID pandemic at this time. Now, let's see when we took over. In 2017, we moved inflation from 15.4% to 11.8% within 12 months. We carried this on, so from 11.8%, in 2018, we came to 9.4%, recording a single-digit inflation in many years. 2019, we came down again to 7.9%. If you put this together, Ghana enjoyed, I would say, the longest single-digit inflation of about 18 months in our history. That was a government that was on in full gear and working for its people. Now, linking this to the GDP, see what happened in 2020. In 2020, the inflation moved up from 7.9% to 10.4%. And you all know what happened. We blocked our borders, revenues are not coming in, fuel prices were going up, price increasing in the pumps automatically had influence on the daily prices of our lives. So inflation moved from 7.9 to 10.4. In 2021, we moved from 10.4 to 12.6. And 2022, which you had our major issue, inflation moved from 12.6% to 54.1%, one of the highest in the country's history. And you all know what happened. So once you get this story, the next 2-3 slides I will share with you to conclude will make a lot of sense to you. And you begin to appreciate that economy is run on data, economy is run on competence, and economy is not run on propaganda. In 2023, after suffering the 54.1%, Ghana moved to 23.2%, halving the inflation in just over 12 months period. And as I stand here today, the data I have for you from July is that Ghana is still doing very well. We are trending downwards at 20.9%. This is not to say that everything is super excellent, but benchmarking from where we were, how we got there, and how we are coming, I have every single belief, sitting in the ministry, having the real data to speak to, you can trust me that this country is on the road to the pre-pandemic era. The last one I'm going to share with you on economic indicators is the trade balance, which is very important. The trade balance talks about how strong your industry is, how strong the factors you're putting in, your ability to create opportunities locally. In other words, matching your exports and your imports. In 2015, our trade balance stood at a negative 1.6 billion. Meaning we were importing far more than we were exporting. And that speaks to the inflationary values I gave. In 2016, we followed that up with a negative 1.8 billion in trade balance. Now, a year later, NPP took over. And I am happy to say, since you took over 2017 to date, even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, Ghana has not recorded a single negative trade balance. We had a positive 1.2 billion in 2017, positive 1.8 billion in 2018, a positive 2.3 billion in 2019, and in the heat of the COVID, when even all borders were closed, Ghana recorded a positive $2 billion trade balance. And as we speak, last year we had 3.4 billion trade balance, which is one of the highest in many years of the country. Today, in the first half of the year 2024, that's from January to June, our trade balance stands at a positive 1.1 billion. What this is supposed to mean is that the One District, One Factory initiative, for which some companies have already started producing and we're able to export some, is gradually taking shape. And going forward, the strategy which His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia tries to carry on is how do we make the One District, One Factory a brighter, bigger opportunity. Ones that are already operating 24 hours and their majority who are already operating 24 hours when the market is there. Leveraging on the African Continental Free Trade Area and other trading opportunities to open the market potentials. This will ensure that majority of the One District, One Factories are able to operate 24 hours a day. This is how the practicality of the 24 hour economy looks like, and not nightclubs. Now, before I come to where we are, I've already explained to you the economic indicators. You all know what happened to us in COVID, and here I'll crave the indulgence of the honorable ministers to allow me a few minutes to actually explain to all of us how the COVID-19 pandemic actually affected us. Because most of times when you try to talk about it, there's that notion that but they be COVID, they be Russia, they be COVID. But today, my biggest aspiration is that by the time I leave this podium, all of us are comfortable and able to explain the real impact of the COVID and not an issue that should be addressed with propaganda. In 2020, March, Ghana recorded its first COVID-19 pandemic. That led to the government adopting a number of stringent measures. You all remember the hand washing, the contact tracing, the nose mask, the social distancing, and the vaccine rollout. None of this was budgeted for when we were doing the 2020 budget in November 2019. Nobody in the ministry perceived that at the first quarter of 2020, we are going to experience a budget overrun of this magnitude. Government had to respond, and this response was to safeguard lives, protect businesses, to ensure that Ghana as a country doesn't collapse. At the same time, when our expenditure our borders were closed, so revenue from our import duties could not come in. We had businesses shut down because we needed to do social distancing. Therefore, businesses not being able to operate means that you won't get the needed revenue. So as your expenditure is going higher, your revenue is coming down. How a country do we balance this? So, as you saw that in the peak of the pandemic, our GDP growth rate moved from the 6.5% recorded in 2019 to a 0.5% in 2020, indicating the magnitude of the pandemic and the measures that government had to take in addressing this. In the same period, and as government tried to respond to the pandemic, government needed to take measures to raise the revenue. As a result, government sought external helps. Our percent in 2020, and again it went higher to 78.6% in 2021. A chunk of this debt, as you all will attest, is attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic-induced spending. And the recovery plan, as we saw earlier, was badly hit with the Russian-Ukraine war. And you should not downplay the impact that a third of the global supply chain, food, passes through that corridor. So the impact of Russian-Ukraine war is not an issue of propaganda, and it's an issue.
You are watching a GTV live event.
Owners, it's time to take your business to the next level with ABC News GH Television's mega promo. From August 1st to October 31st, 2024, we're offering you unbeatable deals to advertise your products and services. Don't miss out on this amazing chance to reach more people and grow your brand. For more details, give us a call on 050-993-0360. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Follow us on social media at ABC News GH_.
Ago Ghana Dishi Pacho Munia Bane Madinina Fatimatu Abubakar ni mene aban so afo ene omampanya na musini a mehwede wo bonsem so sane abribia yesiba manimu no efa regional town hall meetings and exhibitions ho eye dwumadi a ya hyehye ewo yaso ye se ye de nkontabuo ene aban nwumadi etitiwo a ya ye nyina ho nkyeremu ebesomo no edru hobio sane esiye no nkran no abriwe de ye de kwapuye mantemu entemesre na nanom ene adehye o wapuye mantemu nyina senyame ya adomo a eye September 3rd ebenada ewo ye nimu ya ye kuhia ewo National Center for Culture Koforidua na ya kire eye mpuntu nyuma kese hodo a President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aban no ede abre apoye mantemu adehye nyina ebeye fe ebeye krabehwe ni edi nkan no ye wo mpanyimfo akuku da miensa a omoni ebedi nkomo omuwie nsoso a yesi pono ama eye mansini biya MMDC isini nyina beba ene omukasa mafu nyina beba na omo betwa mfonyin a kyereye ewo nwuma pa ya na omo mansin mu na eba nkomodidie no ho a eye omanyi osoafo a ohwe poye mantem so Honorable Seth Kwame Champon obeba baba year presentation on the state of infrastructure in Eastern region. Na so kasa wie nso so a eye osoafo abedi echire a ohwesi kasem nsem ho Dr. Alex Ampabin ono nso so ne ebeba abedi nkita ho afa oman si kasem ho ebio eye omampanyin fotufo a efa na pomudin nsem ho a ono na otu omampanyinfo Dr. Anthony Nsiasare a ono nso so na agenda 111 hospital projects a ye de ahyehye so no ono na odimu akotene pa obeba na oni abedi nkita ho fa empuntuo a President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmood Bawumia aban aye efa apobuden nsem ho enti ye hwemanim ye sremo momra epesi ehye obi a na fa wani behwe ne aban atimi aye wa apuye mantamu ye de bebrel e kasafidi ahodo so TV ahodo so won kran ha na Ghana fana ba bia GTV Adom TV na 2TV omo befa na free ho nso so no se oba apuye mantamu a eye radio stations ahodo e wo ho omo nso so befa na nsempa no nso atie bi na Mr. Osa wo kovoridua de ament na fie ye to nsan frel ta fa wani behwe fa waso betie eye empuntu nyuma eni nyuma kukudam a President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmood Bawumia ban ya yewo apuye mantamu ye hwe wani. Ago Ghana adehye pacho munua ba ne made nyina Fatima tu Abubakar ni mene abanso afo ene omampanya na musini a mehwede wo bonsem so sane abribia yesiba manimo no efa regional town hall meetings and exhibitions ho eye dwumadi a ya hyehye ewo yaso ye se ye de nkontabuo ene aban nwumadi titiri a ya nyina ho nkyeremu ebesomo no eduru hobio sane esiye no nkran no abriwe de ye de kwapuye mantemu entemesre na nanom ene adehye o wapuye mantemu nyina se nyame ya adom a eye September 3rd ebenada ewo ye nimu ya ye kuhia ewo National Center for Culture Koforidua na ya kire eye mpuntu nyuma kese ahodo a President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aban no ede abre apoye mantemu adehye nyina ebeye fe ebeye krabehwe na edi nkan no ye wo mpanyimfo akukuda miensa a omoni ebedi nkomo omuwie nsoso a yesi pono ama eye mansini bia MMDC isini nyina beba ene omukasa mafu nyina beba na omo betwa mfonyin a kyereye ewo nyuma pa ya ye na omo mansin mu na e banko modidie no ho a eye omanyi osoafo a ohwe epuye mantem so Honorable Seth Kwame Champon obeba baba year presentation on the state of infrastructure in Eastern region na so kasawie nso so a eye osoafo abedi ekire a ohwesi kasem nsem ho Dr. Alex Ampabin ono nso so ne ebeba bedi nkita ho afa omanyi sikasem ho ebio eye omampanyin futufo a efa na pomudi nsem ho a ono na otu omampanyinfo Dr. Anthony Nsiasare a ono nso so na agenda 111 hospital projects a ye de ahyehye so no ono na odimu akotene pa obeba na oni abedi nkita ho fa empuntuo a President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aban aye efa apobuden nsem ho enti ye hwemanim yesremo momra epesi ehye obi a na fa wani behwe ne aban atimi aye wapuye mantemu ye de bebrel e kasafidi ahodo so TV ahodo so wo nkran ha na Ghana fana babia GTV Adom TV na 2TV omo befa na free ho nso so no se oba apuye mantemu a eye radio stations ahodo e wo ho omo nso so befa na nsempa no nso atie bi na Mr. so wo Koforidua diament na fie ye to nsan frel tafa wani behwe fa waso betie eye empuntu nyuma eni nyuma kukudam a President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aban ya yewo apuye mantemu ye hwe wani.
Attention business owners, it's time to take your business to the next level with ABC News GH Television's mega promo. From August 1st to October 31st, 2024, we're offering you unbeatable deals to advertise your products and services. Don't miss out on this amazing chance to reach more people and grow your brand. For more details, give us a call on 050-993-0360. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Follow us on social media at ABC News GH_.
Ago Ghana adehye pacho munua ba ne made nyina Fatima tu Abubakar ni mene abanso afo ene omampanya na musini a mehwede wo bonsem so sane abribia yesiba manimo no efa regional town hall meetings and exhibitions ho eye dwumadi a ya hyehye ewo yaso ye se ye de nkontabuo ene aban nwumadi titiri a ya nyina ho nkyeremu ebesomo no eduru hobio sane esiye no nkran no abriwe de ye de kwapuye mantemu entemesre na nanom ene adehye o wapuye mantemu nyina se nyame ya adom a eye September 3rd ebenada ewo ye nimu ya ye kuhia ɛwɔ National Center for Culture Koforidua na ya kyerɛ ɛyɛ mpuntu nyuma kɛse ahodoɔ a President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛne Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Aban no ɛde abrɛ apoyɛ mantemu adehye nyinaa ɛbɛyɛ fɛ ɛbɛyɛ krabɛhwɛ ne edi nkan no yɛwɔ mpanyimfo akuku da mmiɛnsa a wɔn ne ebedi nkɔmɔ wɔn wie nso so a yɛsi pono ama ɛyɛ mansini bi a MMDC isini nyinaa bɛba ɛne wɔn kasa mafo
2021. So we've all come to appreciate how the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian-Ukraine war impacted on us. Now, to understand this better, I'll take you to our two main exports and then our main import, which is crude oil. Then you will understand how a big gap was created. So, to give an example, in January 2022, and this data is very important, in January 2022, that's at the heat of the beginning of the year, before the Russian and the Ukraine war intensified, a barrel for crude oil was trading at $74, January 2022. In January 2022, within 1 month, it moved from 74 to $100 a barrel. In March, this had gone to $140 a barrel. For us to understand these two issues in our economy, we have to appreciate our key imports and exports. So from March and back to January, we realized that from 74, we are 140, almost double the price of crude oil per barrel. If Ghana was a net exporter, we could be cashing in as the price went up, isn't it? But Ghana imports more than our oil. We import more than the oil we export. So therefore, when the price of crude oil goes higher, it affects Ghana. Because over a time, people will say, okay, but we export oil. So if the price of oil goes higher, Ghana should benefit from our oil that we export. But remember, a big, in terms of gap, Ghana is a net importer and not exporter. So the increment of from $70 a barrel to $140 a barrel automatically affected the price at pump. And we all know when the price of crude oil goes up in this country or globally, everything goes up. And this $70 to $140 happened purely because of the Russian-Ukraine war. We know the power Russia controls in OPEC or in the oil producing fields. And that together the recovery we are going through resulted in the inflation moving from 4 to 6% to 54% in 2022. The unfortunate thing that happened to us is that Ghana relies so much on our cocoa and our gold. Now, in 2022, cocoa and gold both experienced marginal increase in prices. So, cocoa, for example, moved from 2,546 per ton in 2021 to January to 2,681, so just under $100. And then again, gold also in the same period moved from 1,816 to 1,849, just above $30 per ounce. Let's see what happened by June 2022. By June 2022, the prices had dropped for both items, and cocoa and gold were trading at 2,428 and 1,837 respectively. So here was Ghana's challenge. You're already battling the COVID-19 pandemic with a huge unexpected expenditure. Just when you're recovering, the price of oil had more than doubled because of the issue with Russia and Ukraine. And because Ghana is a net importer, we import far more than we export. The prices of petroleum products we pay at the pumps increase substantially, meaning that the price will be passed on to the everyday consumer. That is me and you. At the same time, the products that we so much rely on for our revenue, cocoa and our gold, have also not lived up to the price expectation that we wanted to see. With all this happening, the three credit rating agencies, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch, downgraded Ghana, all of them at the same time. And these are organizations which assess your credit history. So anytime you're going for an external source of funding, they will determine to the external world, because they are not here, but they have the data to tell them whether economically you are able to pay and at what interest rate you should be giving. All these companies have said that Ghana is not in good standing. As a result, the external capital market, the international capital market, which at this critical time we could have resorted to bridge the fiscal gap, close their doors on Ghana completely. This was the worst rating in the country's history for 21 years. At this point, the Bank of Ghana, Ministry of Finance, decided to bring in some policy measures to control the situation, but this proved temporary. By losing access to the international capital market, most of our external investors started losing confidence in the country, which was obvious, and therefore started leaving. The only option at the time to save Ghana was to go to the IMF. The only option left on the table to ensure that the country does not collapse was to resort to the International Monetary Fund for a bailout program. And as you all know, this started with that very painful domestic debt exchange program, when our bondholders domestically had to exchange their debt with government for a future maturity date and different rates. This, I would say, those who took part in this domestic debt exchange, we owe you as a country, because without your sacrifices, Ghana wouldn't have been where it is now. So you group of investors carried Ghana on your shoulder by accepting to say, I'll take a haircut and I'll wait for future repayment. And on this, on behalf of the President, the Vice President, and my boss, the Finance Minister, Ghana is grateful to all those that took that painful haircut for the country to recover. Without the sacrifices, we wouldn't be seeing the beautiful economic story I'm about to tell you. And on this, I think the whole Ghana, I would say, are grateful to you. So we did the debt exchange. I won't go into detail. What I wanted was to establish the fact and then the impact of the COVID, the Russian-Ukraine war, and why we're here. So we did a debt exchange of 203 billion domestically. At that point, we were spending every $1 that we generate in taxes, 40 pesos was going into domestic debt servicing. And therefore, adding the external, as I said earlier, made the situation that we needed an economic bailout. And this, even though painful, has provided the country with an opportunity to rewrite the stories, to put things at a greater perspective, now that we have no COVID to deal with. We now carry that after the domestic DDEP, we now went to the external. And we have three external types of debt. We have the bilateral debt, which is owed to other countries. So we have China, we have the UK, we have the US, and the likes. We owe them 5.1 billion $5.1 billion. And we needed to go through the OCC, which is the Official Creditor Committee. The arrangement was that negotiating with each of them one by one was going to be very painful, was going to be painstaking, very difficult, and it would be difficult to have a very formal, balanced way of dealing with your creditors. So you went to the OECD's framework, and we have concluded that, as you're all aware, and we have managed to restructure our debt of 5.1 billion. What this means is that we are going to save $2.8 billion from 2023 to 2026. We have been relieved of the debt service obligations, and therefore the monies that we'll be using to service the debt can now be used in providing the critical infrastructure the country needs, such as healthcare, education, and what have you. We've also done the Eurobond. The Eurobond amounted to 13.1 billion. And we managed to do negotiations with them, and we have concluded with a debt servicing relief. That is, they have written off a 4.7 billion of the debt that we owe them, and in addition, a 4.4 billion debt reservicing, which should be paying from now to 2026, has also been suspended. Again, paving the way for government to have that relief in providing the critical infrastructure. We've also done negotiations with the IPPs. As you all know, the IPPs, the independent power producers, they have the power purchase agreement and all the legacy debt, which was causing so much issue in the energy sector. The issue of which resulted in the numerous doomsday that we experienced. Now, we have made an agreement, reached an agreement with Amandi, with Sen Power, Early Power, Senate, and AXA. And some of these will have to go to Parliament because of the change in the financial terms for an agreement to be finalized. And very soon we'll have that. By agreeing to this new restructure with the independent power producers, Ghana stands to save at the lifetime of the projects over $6 billion as a result of this debt restructuring with the independent power producers. So, in perspective, if nothing had happened, if there was no intervention at all, Ghana's debt to GDP could have been about 109% as we speak. But with the domestic debt exchange, we expect to save 28 percentage points. That will leave us at 81%. With the DDEP and the fiscal consolidation together, it will bring us down to 71%. And by the time we finish with all the external creditors and the bailouts from, the ones with the independent power producers, by the time we go through the IMF program, Ghana's debt to GDP will be around 55%, which the IMF and the World Bank recommends to most countries. Now, where are we now? Currently, our growth, as I said, is 4.7, and it's interesting to know that industry in the first quarter grew by 6.8%, which is almost what the pre-pandemic era we were recording, indicating that things are really working. When you have the industry performing, that's a strong indication that the economy is on the way to rebounding. Inflation, as I said earlier, is trending downwards. It's still very high at 20.9%, make no mistake with that, and we do accept it. But benchmarking to the 54% we had in 2022, the country has done tremendously well, and I have every confidence in saying that by the time we get to December 2024, we will meet our budgetary target of 15% plus or minus 2. We have built a very strong buffers to make sure that we have no issues on imports. And currently, our gross international reserves stands at 3.1 months of cover. And as I said earlier, we have a positive trade balance there. On our revenue, we were short by the first half of the year by 2.2%. But the good news is that on the expenditure side, we spent lower of 2.9% against the target, as you all witnessed during the mid-year budget review by the finance minister. I'm going to conclude by asking of the way forward. I've been talking about all the gains that the trade balance is looking good, our import cover is looking good, inflation is trending downwards. Now, how do we sustain the gains? And the finance minister has been working very hard, and all of us there are supporting him. And these are some of the measures we've put forward. And as a country, some of it goes beyond the ministry, but because as a parent of all the ministries, and I hope the Honorable Minister will not be angry with me, Finance Ministry being the parent of all the ministries, we work with all other ministries. So in going forward, there are some few pointers we are holding on dearly to make sure that we sustain the gains while even doing better to bring the inflation down and ensure that there is macro stability in the country. The first one, what we have done and continue to do is investment in infrastructure. And as Honorable Chiampon said earlier, we have seen the number of roads that the government has constructed. Currently, or up to date, there are over 10 billion Ghana cedis invested only in this year alone into roads. This, to me, is the way to sustain our recovery. We also want to enhance revenue through administrative reforms and not by introducing new taxes. We believe that there are key revenue potentials in the system. There are some systems and structures you can put in place, such as the digitization, using the Ghana card to link to people's businesses addresses to be able to access people's incomes. This, to me, going forward, is what is going to help us in identifying individuals, their businesses, and tax potentials, rather than introducing new taxes. And from where we sit as ministry, this is the direction we believe Ghana deserves to go. We also want to reform all the key tax handlers and their ongoing work to make sure that the tax system is fit for purpose, especially some of the tax handles are also business friendly. What we want is that Ghana pre-pandemic was one of the key destinations, if not the number one destination for FDIs in Africa. And and we want to return back to that status. We believe that achieving that, our tax system will have a key role to play. And by reforming the tax system, we are going to respond to the growing international dynamics and the changes in the business environment to make sure Ghana is competitive, but also our tax system responds to the changes in the environment. We're also going to work, and we continue to work with the Bank of Ghana in implementing the fiscal FPC program to ensure that all the gains that we have achieved so far, we stay on track. And to monitor the performance of the state-owned enterprises, especially those in the energy sector and the cocoa sector, to assess their impact on the free. My minister has also hinted that we are working on reinstating the fiscal rule and also introduce a fiscal council, independent fiscal council, to ensure that there is robustness in our PFM overall. But crucially, we are going to hold on to the line, to our budget. Even though we are in election year, and Ghana has so much history of bloated budgets in election year. But the message from my boss to you, or in Koforidia, and those watching me across the country, is that under the leadership of His Excellency Nana Dankwa Kufuor and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and in the ministry under the leadership of Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, Ghana will hold on to the line, will hold on to the budget, and there will be no budget overruns. And that is why we did not seek an extra when we went to Parliament. We will stay within our limit and our budget. We will not use election as an excuse to overspend like it has been in previous governments or years. But this year will be an exception. We will also be pursuing economic growth, an inclusive one with you, like we are doing now. We also do the monthly press briefing where the ministry updates Ghanaians on what we have been doing, so that we limit speculation, because you all know the impact of speculation on economic activities. But we want to open up to the Ghanaian people that every single step we take within the ministry, you are updated. We are here to serve you. You send us there, and we are going to make sure that everything we do out there, you are well informed. We are also engaging partners, our development partners, to ensure the disbursement of funds that were locked. As you know, some of the projects you are doing in the country are project loans. And when you go to the IMF and when you are going through the debt restructuring, disbursement ceases. Now, reaching agreement with both the Eurobond, with the multilateral and our external partners, we are engaging with external creditors, and some of them have already started. This is what we are doing. And key is to build buffers through the sinking fund to make sure that if you are not servicing the loan this year, next year, and 2026, when we start repaying in 2027, we don't want to run into difficulty. So the idea is that the part of the money that we're supposed to have used to service the debt, the minister is being purposeful on allocating some of this into the sinking fund, that when we start repayment, we do not run into difficulty, that we have already built buffers to take care of future repayments. This, I believe, is the future Ghana deserves. And finally, to implement growth strategy, which is anchored in the SME. As you know, we launched the SME program just in 16th of July in Accra by His Excellency the President. SME is very important, and you cannot champion Ghana's growth without looking at the contribution of SMEs. SMEs make up 92% of all existing businesses in Ghana, 85% of all manufacturing jobs, and they contribute 70% 2% of our GDP. So to talk about growth means we have to be purposeful on positioning the small and medium scale enterprises. And that is what called on the minister and His Excellency to launch the SME Growth and Opportunities Program. So far, 8.2 billion Ghana cedis is being invested into this. And we've gotten support from the IFC, which is the commercial arm of the World Bank, of 400 million, and also $45 million from the African Development Bank. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of our challenges, we have delivered a compassionate leadership in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have kept the light on for the last 8 years. We have revitalized the financial sector, which was nearing deepened decentralization by creating 6 additional regions, for which Western North region, where I come from, is a beneficiary. And for you to understand how wonderful this whole idea is, you should have to come from my area in Dwabuso. To travel from Dwabuso to your regional capital in Takoradi, you might need a regional leader in digitization, and we have prepared citizens for the 4th industrial revolution. As part of the legacy, we have secured the hosting right for the African Continental Free Trade Area, which to me is the bedrock of the new Ghana and the new Africa that we wish to see. There are leap, we believe. If you ask where your money has been, there are some few things I want to share with you. And remember, this one is an exhaustive list. We have increased leap from 212,000 as of 2024. In 2016, 49 million Ghana cedis was invested in LEAP. But by the end of 2023, we've moved from the 49 million in 2016 to 423 million in 2023. And something that has never happened before, we have introduced what we call indexation into the LEAP amount. What that means is that we have adjusted the LEAP, because 100 Ghana in 2016, 17, or even in 2022, it's not the same 100 Ghana in 2023 or 24. So what we have done is to index the amount that the rate of inflation is adjusted, so you get the money worth of how much that comes to you, in addition to actually doubling the figure. This is the work of a government who is purposeful not to leave anyone behind. Surely we are on a journey, and there are better days ahead. I believe it is definitely possible. We have increased beneficiaries in the school feeding program, and 4 million in 10,000 schools as we speak. This is an unprecedented thing. This is a clear indication of a government that cares about people. We will do more, I'm sure, with our next government. We have expanded the free senior high school in terms of, we have expanded the NHIS to include childcare, cancer, prostate cancer, mental health care, and annual health checkup, including dialysis services. This again is a government that cares. Year-on-year enrollment under the free senior high and TVET has increased from when we started in 2017 to the figures that we have now. This academic year, we have witnessed the highest intake of 1.4 million students. So we have recorded 509 100,000 students. In 2017, when we started, we invested 400 million Ghana cedis. The figures has increased, and this year we have invested 1.4 billion. As we speak, to date, Free Senior School program has benefited from 12 billion Ghana cedis, and this has helped over 5 million of our own children into furthering their education. This, I believe, is a government that is on its way to a special journey. We have done the drone delivery service, again, which I'm sure you are all aware, covering 13 regions. This is a service, I must say, works 24 hours a day. We have done the banking sector cleanup, the mobile money interoperability to allow you to move between platforms and your banks and your mobile money accounts. Again, a service that operates 24 hours a day. So far, over 17.8 million people have been enrolled on the National Identification System. The road infrastructure performance has been excellent, as you witnessed even your share in Koforidua. And this has been complemented, or she has supplemented, with the introduction of the DRIP, a special initiative. In conclusion, our inflation is trending downwards from 54% recorded in 2022 to 20.9% as we speak. We have a positive trade balance, SME growth project is on course, and have a correspondent quarter-to-quarter growth in GDP, moving from 3.8% in the last quarter of 2023 to a 4.7% in the first quarter of 2024. We have positive trade balance of $1.8 billion in the first quarter of the year. We are firmly on back to pre-pandemic Ghana. We are on our way to a sustained economic growth, and I will urge you all to understand the dynamics that we are in. Let's always step back, appreciate where we were, where we got to, and how far we've gotten to. I have every confidence that the direction we are taking as a ministry and as a government will move us back to a much better prosperity and growth path. I thank you all for your time, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex Ampabeng, Deputy Minister of Finance. We are so grateful. Another big round of applause for Dr. Ampabeng. Thank you so much. Honorable Ministers of State, permit me to announce the presence of Honorable Michael Ochribefi, MP for New Durban South and Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry. Honorable Michael Ochribefi, thank you so much. We also have the rep of Omahene, Nana Yamua Ponko, Nkunyasua Fuahine, representing His Royal Majesty Dasibre Kweku Boateng III, Omahene of New Durban. We also have in our midst the market women. They are here. Yes, our Hairdressers and Beauticians Association in the region. Please, let's see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then we have the honorable assembly members. The honorable members, please, let's see you. Honorable assembly members, thank you very much. Mr. Presentations are pending for ministers. You document in are you ready? Obi a upe bibia ubetimi enyebi unsabekabi. Inti ya besre ye will be original coordinating council minister ashia yeho in a Ministry of Information so document ni bi. Inti di omaka ni nyina no upe bia hwam no nse control fi oti mi suman ni mani upe bia hwam trododododo dia ebi ho yeso ye bema obi bonsem kase fama mpanifo. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I will humbly invite Dr. Anthony Nsiasare, Presidential Advisor on Health. Oh, bom kesiye pa mano.
So thank you very much, Mr. MC. I want to stand on the existing protocol, but before then I want to recognize my junior, the Honorable Regional Minister, and my niece, the Minister for Information, and my younger niece and nephew, the Deputy Minister. What I'm going to do will be in two parts. The reason why I want to do that is that the Honorable Regional Minister have already taken us through the hospital infrastructure we have in this region, but I will do an elaborate presentation to show what we have in this country. But before I go there, I've also realized that there's a lot of talk in town that since this government came, we haven't added a single bed to the number of beds in this country. I want to stand here and tell everybody that it is not true. So I'll quickly go through what we've done over the past 8 years. We've done a lot of infrastructure improvement. You see, when we came in, we took health as a holistic system. We look at the totality of healthcare system. Healthcare system is not only putting hospitals. Healthcare system is not only employing people, but we have to get the people who work in the facilities that we have built. We have to get them. We took into consideration until the almighty pandemic COVID-19 came in. And COVID-19 also taught us a lot of lessons, and we took a lot of bold decisions and also a lot of innovations. That's the reason why people are going around, some people are going around and said that we are too ambitious. And we are doing things that we cannot do. But going forward in this world, we go with ambition and also vision. So what we are going to do in December 7th, we are going to look at people who have vision and the people who don't have any vision, and more importantly, those who are ambitious and who are not ambitious. We are not going to reset, we are going to upgrade. So we are not going to go back, but we are going to go forward. And that COVID has taught us that we have to all go forward. So when we took over, on January 6 of the 9 stalled and abandoned Eurojet projects. I'm sure you are aware of the Eurojet projects. These are projects which in April 2008, His Excellency President J. Kufuor sought for assistance and a loan from Eurojet Indexer from Egypt through the Barclays Bank PLC loan. And there were two parts of it. One is 2 regional hospitals at Upper West Region, Wa, and then another regional hospital at Ashanti Region at Sewia near Kumasi, and then 6 district hospitals. One at Tepa, another one at Tain in Nsoko, and another one is also at Trifopraso. We have another one at Konongo Odumasi, and then the 6th one, another one at Kwabenya in Ga East, and then the last one is at Salaga. They are all 60-bed district hospitals and 100-bed municipal hospital at Kwabinya. When we came, this loan was completed and passed through Parliament for approval. His Excellency, I'm sure he was in Parliament. It's like your relative or uncle dying and leaving you money to build house for the relatives around. You come for 8 years. You sell the money, you sit by the money, and you cannot even finish one room for anybody to stay. You don't want to leave anything which you have contracted loans for. This government was very serious and started commissioning these hospitals. The first one was in Wa. The second one was in Kwabinya, where we used as a COVID center later on. The third one was at Nsoko. Then we went to Tepa, we went to Chifupraso, and in 2020 we finished the Konongo Dumase one. As we speak today, the other two, that is the military hospital at Aferi, and then the regional hospital at Sewia, is near completion. We are doing some few finishing touches, and His Excellency the President will by all means leaving. The next thing we also have done is that this government, since 2017, has started 47 hospitals and other health facilities. 47 and completed. In addition, because of COVID, we realized that we should have isolation centers. This government has also completed 21 new treatment and isolation centers. They all have hospital beds. Going forward, this government has also finished among the 47 that we have finished. We have, if you go to Kolebu, at the junction of the mortuary, behind the nursing training school, there's a magnificent state-of-the-art, fit for purpose to be like a modern hospital, nephrology and urology centers. And I'm repeating this because people have now been talking about dialysis and dialysis and dialysis. This is the way to go so far as health system is concerned. If you remember, in 2018, we also negotiated, which is the regional minister showed here very nicely, for drones to be lifting essential medicines, blood, vaccines, and other medical products to very remote areas. For some time now, nobody has heard that we are crossing the river with 4 people carrying a woman crossing the river to go and seek hospital care somewhere. Now, if you are bitten by snake, even at 12 midnight, you have the anti-snake venom, and a lot of lives have been saved. This region is one of the first region to have the Omenako drone distribution center. As we speak now, we have 6 distribution centers. We want to add 2 more to make sure that we can cover the whole country. We now cover 13 regions of the 16 regions of this country. We are going to add 2 more, one at Funsi in Upper West region, and another one at Kintampo to cover Bruno East and part of Oti and the river areas, and also the other part, Upper West and Upper East. More importantly, this drone distribution center has created decent jobs, and most of the employees, pharmacists, engineers, IT experts, 60% of the employees are females. As we speak today, Ghana is the biggest drone distribution center or services in the whole world. We have our engineers. The director of operations of drone is a young lady in Ghana, in Accra. So that's how we develop a nation. And this, I'm very happy to say, is one of the innovations of His Excellency the Vice President, who came, brought them here, you saw them, and then we developed these drones. So after adding the 8, we will now be teaching and then training people in drones medical distribution in the whole world. In addition, health system is not only about structures. Since we came to power in 2017, we have given financial clearance. It means that we have employed over 200,000 health professionals. Even during the time of COVID, that's where we employed more health professionals. We gave financial clearance to over 45,000 health professionals. And every year we've been employing. Recently, we have given financial clearance to 15,200 nurses. And I'm very sure if my health professionals are listening to me, more people will be employed even before the end of the year, because we are going to commission a lot of health facilities and we need people to work there. Thirdly, if you are looking at health, we also have to look at the affordability, because to achieve universal health coverage, it should be accessible and affordable. Affordability, thanks be to God, about 21 years ago in 2003, His Excellency J. Kufuor brought in the national insurance system in the country. As we speak now, from 2016, we had about 10.6 people, Ghanaians, on the national health insurance active. As we speak today, we have 17.6 million Ghanaians who are active on health insurance. Why have you been able to improve the number of active people? Because you can stay in your home, in the comfort of your bed, and just take your phone and then dial *929#. You can renew, and now I understand you can even print or put it on your phone, your own health insurance card, so that it becomes active. We have also increased and improved the reimbursement system. And as the Deputy Minister for Finance said, we have added a lot of things onto the health insurance, including child cancers, sickle cell. We are now giving Herceptin to people with cancer of the cervix. We have added cancer of the prostate, the women cancers, and family planning activities. And more importantly, recently, the health insurance has now introduced what I call adult weighing, because children don't get sick before they go to hospital. When they are going for weighing, either the child is sick or not, either the child likes it or not, he goes. So now we have one free medical check for every adult. And I believe that on the day of your birthday or the week of your birthday, check either your blood sugar, they check everything and give you a green slate. To me, that is the way to bring down the number of people who have the chronic renal failures, that dialysis has become a very big issue, that everybody say, I'll build dialysis center. If you build dialysis center, we haven't sorted out the problem. So we believe in health prevention, health promotion, then getting access to quality health care, and then rehabilitation, and then the checks are very important to us. And we are going to even add home care for the elderly. And this is what we have planned, so that we have a total holistic health system for everybody. We didn't stop there. When we came, there were 17 projects that the NDC government have initiated, which we came. Some of them we did phase 2 and finished. For example, University of Ghana Medical Center, it wasn't finished. Most of the buildings there were empty. There were no lifts. Some of them didn't even have steps. After the COVID, we used part of it for COVID. After the COVID, this government added 40 million euros to do the phase 2 to complete it, and it was completed December last year, isn't it? Range Hospital is not yet finished, because you can see some barricade there. So if they have been talking about finishing hospital, I can say without any listen, that the only hospital that I believe they finished completely is Dodowa Hospital, because Bank of Ghana Hospital and Maritime Hospital, we can give it to them, but it was done by Bank of Ghana and Maritime Hospital. It wasn't a loan or GOG funds. But we came, we met 10 of the health polyclinics that they were putting up at Central Region. We completed them in 2018. There were 5 polyclinics in Greater Accra that they have not even started, but the money was there. We came and finished it in 2019. There were some hospitals, they also have money for at Swala, Wita, Somenya, Bupe, Tolon, and Tolon. We came, used the money and completed them and commissioned all of them, and it's being used now. So that is what NPP government does. That is what His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia has done. Apart from all these things, we have also put in some other things to make healthcare system very, very easy for everybody by doing digitization. Now, most of all our big hospitals have been network and digitized, so that when you are moving from one area to another area, you don't carry a whole load of x-rays to go to see a doctor. By a click of a knob, we will know what is wrong with you. And that is what has been done. So anything that we are doing, we'll bring in this technology, so that the pillar we are standing on is to use the electronic and technical things and then IT to also improve the health system. So on that note, I will now move to what His Excellency the President saw after the COVID and what we have done. There were two things that we did post-COVID. One is that, if you remember, when we started having vaccines in this country, there was vaccine geopolitics, there was vaccine that they have to use the vaccine when the vaccine is almost finished or expired before they come and give it to us to use. When vaccines expire on your hands, you cannot throw them away like that. So it became a burden. So African Union at the AU said that only 1% of vaccines used on the African continent were manufactured in Africa, and 99% of them were all imported. So the countries were asked, anyone who wants to be a vaccine manufacturing hub should come up. And Ghana, His Excellency the President, took it up and said that we want to develop our own vaccines. And remember, last year we passed a law to establish a National Vaccine Institute to coordinate and facilitate vaccine production. As we speak now, the private sector, two of them have started, one of them has even finished the factory. He's testing the anti-snake serum and other vaccines. The other one is almost completing, that is Atlantic Life Sciences and the DEK vaccines, so that Ghana becomes a vaccine producing hub in Africa. So health is not always wealth, but there's wealth in health. So we'll be having direct foreign exchange whilst we use the African Free Continental Trade Area to also produce and sell to the whole of Africa and the Caribbeans. Because we have a very robust and strong FDA, the most matured FDA in the whole of Africa. And because of that, any drugs or any vaccine which is produced and released by our FDA here will even be accepted in the USA. And that is the way we are going. The next thing that the government did was also ask the Ministry of Health and Ghana Health Service to go and find out how many hospitals that we have in this country. Because if you remember, when we had the COVID, we were carrying people across the country from Bolga to Accra. They will call you in the night that somebody is very sick, he needs intensive care and all sorts of things. So God being so good, we were able to contain this, and we were one of the 3 best countries which contained COVID quickly as possible, as fast as possible. But His Excellency the President then asked that we should go and find out how many districts that we have in this country which doesn't have any district hospital. And it will be very strange for you also to know that 88 of the 261 districts in this country didn't have any fit for purpose hospital for as a primary referral center in districts. In fact, as we speak now, we've gone to some place where there's not a single medical doctor in the whole district of about 70,000 people, because there's no district hospital. The health center there is not even manned by a physician assistant. So the only people they have there are nurses and community health nurses for 74,000 Ghanaians. So His Excellency the President then asks us that go ahead and let's put up hospitals in all the districts with that hospital. That takes somebody who has vision, somebody who is bold. So together with His Excellency the Vice President, we sat down and realized that there are some of the districts also, even though they have something which resembles a district hospital, it's not a district hospital. So we decided then to expand it, and then so we have what we call the Ghana Priority Health Infrastructural Project, which you all know as Agenda 111. It's made up of 101 district hospitals, and now we have even 104 because we've added 3 region districts to it. That is Karaga and Kuranza and Manshia, and there are 7 regional hospitals. So apart from the district hospital, we also want to have a secondary referral center. Maybe I will digress more and explain what our health system is like. We have what I call the 5-tier health system. We have the chiefs, which is the basic health system. We have the sub-district, where we have the health centers and then polyclinics and maternity homes. And then we have the district hospital. That's the first primary referral center. That is a place where you go, there's a doctor, there's an X-ray department, there's a laboratory, they feed the patients in the hospital. There is a mortuary, because the chiefs every time ask us if there's a mortuary in the hospital. And there's accommodation for the staff. And this is exactly what we are putting up. We are putting up a state-of-the-art, fit-for-purpose hospitals which can do operations and everything. In addition, because of COVID, we have also added an emergency center in all the districts hospitals. It will have at least 4-bed emergency centers where patients can be sorted out before they go to the higher centers. So from the district hospital, we then go to the regional hospital. That's the secondary referral center, where you have the specialists there, which you can do your prostate and everything for you. And then the 5th level is our big brothers and sisters, the Kolebu, Komfanochi, the tertiary and the quaternary hospitals. So that's how we run it. But when we saw it, the president then asked that what about psychiatric hospital? Because he wants a holistic health system. And then it dawned on all of us that all the psychiatric hospitals in this country are along the coast, isn't it? Ankafu, Accra Psychiatric Hospital, which is 1914. It was called Asalam. And then the Pantan Hospital. For the first time since Republic or Ghana became Ghana, His Excellency the President said that since you cannot build regional psychiatric hospital all over the country, let's use the belt system. So we are putting one hospital at Onwe in the Josu municipality for the middle belt. And then for the first time, we are putting another psychiatric hospital near Tamale for the northern belt. In fact, the Tamale one, when you go through the progress of work, by the good grace of God, we'll finish this year for commission. So we have now about 100 of the hospitals are all at different stages of completion. In fact, when we look at it yesterday, we have not 96, but we have 100. We have 98 of the district hospitals, and then two psychiatric hospitals, which are all ongoing, actively with contractors on site. The progress of work is now for the 100 active hospitals is between 5%. Those who have just already started, like Adeso, because of topography issues, and then the other sites like Abitifi that we are now starting, to 87.17%. There are 33 of these facilities which are above 70%. Those above 70% can finish before the end of the year. So if everything goes well, and I'm looking at the Ministry of Finance, they continue to infuse us with the money that we need, we can complete about 21 we are certain we will complete it and commission by His Excellency the President, because it is his legacy and he put his name on it. It's the biggest legacy in the whole world. Nobody has done it before. Where we have district hospitals, move on please. We have district hospitals across the country. In fact, the district or the region which doesn't have even more will have 2 district hospitals and 1 regional hospital. I'll quickly say that the regional hospitals are external funding. All the district hospitals, the 105 district hospitals, the 103 district hospitals, and the 2 psychiatric hospitals is from Ghana government funding. It's from the taxes you pay and the oil lifting that you do. There is a 7 regional hospitals and Accra Psychiatric Hospital redevelopment, which is going to go through what we call the EPC plus financing. We've already secured the contractors. We send it to Ministry of Finance, and because of the debt restructuring, we are waiting for it, and the Ministry of Finance will then write to the various contractors. Because of the huge nature of the project, we've divided the total budget is about $1.4 billion, not cedis. Next slide, please. So what we've done is that we've zoned the whole country into 8 zones. We have zone 1 up to zone 8, of sites supervising consultants supervising all. For example, zone 1 covers central region, part of western North, Ahafo and Dembono. Zone 2, which eastern region lies in, eastern region is in zone 2, a central, eastern and western region. Zone 3, eastern region, we have another 2 hospitals of eastern region in zone 3. That is Tiasi and Apegaso in zone 3. We have zone 4, which is mainly one in Ashanti region, Greater Accra and Uti. Zone 5 have Upper West, Northern and Savannah regions. Zone 6 has Upper East, Northeast and Northern region. Zone 7 has Volta, Bono East, Northern and it's only zone 8 where it's mainly Ashanti region. And they have one regional hospital in Ahafo. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly go through. The towns are there. We have it in Diaso, Adabo, Krum. Everywhere that there's a district without a hospital, we have one there. Next, please. Next one. I'll quickly go through the progress of work so that you see what you are doing. Because some people say that, oh, we are just buying some few bags of cement and there's no work going on. As I said, where the president cut the sword, it's 87.17%. We will read it. Go on, please. So if you look at the progress of work in zone 1, it ranges between 38% to about 76%. So Bode in zone 1 can easily finish for us this year, and the rest will finish early next year, the first quarter. By the second quarter, third quarter of next year, the continuity will continue and then finish all the projects. Next slide, please. So these are the pictures. These are the area views of Tuabodom. It's a beautiful hospital. The hospital we now have, because of land size, there are a few of them, the new ones that we are starting, that will be story building. It's all one-story building covering 15-acre land. And we did that one for free air. It promotes healing, and the patients can move around. There are 2 courtyards within the hospital where a patient will not be lying only on the bed. You come and sit at the courtyard and walk around. Next one, please. So that is what is in Yinahini, and then the Adieso. Next one. These are in Bodi and Kukum. Next one, Kenyasi and Odumasi, and Diaso and Jinjini. We have also one in Adabo Krum, which is also completed. Next slide, please. So zone 2 is where you can find some districts in eastern region. Next slide, please. So zone 2 is moving forward very much. For example, if you look at, so I want to take some areas in Achim Swedru, it's about 74.16%. And then Ofuasi is 70.77%. Asene Manso is 70.15%. So these are areas where we believe they can finish, if not by the end of the year, especially the 70%, early part of January, February. Next slide, please. And this is Awutu Breku. Next slide. This is Bokro. Bokro is in Ahanta West. Next, they are putting in the air conditions. They finished all the floor work. They are doing the external work. They are putting the coatal on the external works, and they will be one of the first to finish for us. This is Saba. Next one, please. Next. This Gomoa France is almost finishing. So it's one of the areas that we will take. We will commission as quickly as possible. I'm sure by next month they will be able to hand it over to us. Next slide, please. This is Ase Empo in the western region. They are also very close to finishing. Next one, please. Next slide. This Ase Manso. Ase Manso have also gone far. They are doing the internal works and external works, and I'm sure the DC is here, so you can confess, isn't it? The DC is here. Next slide, please. This Ase Bloku is also completing. Next slide, please. This Achim Swedro is also gone very far, and they will definitely finish before the end of the year. Next slide, please. This Achim Manse of Fuasi. The only thing we have there, maybe a regional minister should help us. There is some high tension that we have to relocate. so that they can roof the other side and then finish. Next slide, please. This is Hemine, Chufo Hemine. Next slide, please. This is Swayim Chichiwere in the central region, is also completing. Next slide, please. This Agona Ahanta, that is the one at Bokro. That's one I said that it will be one of the first to finish by next month or by early part of October ending. Next slide, please. We have in zone 3, we have Asujama in Apegaso in zone 3, and then we also have I think Abomosu also in zone 3. Next slide, please. Slide, please. Next. So Abomosu is 85.79%. They are doing the finishing touches. They've procured their generator, water tank, and everything. Next slide, please. So that's Abomosu. It's a very beautiful hospital if you enter there. Next slide, please. Apegaso is also, if they don't complete before December, maybe early January. Next slide, please. Adenta has just started, and Kaswa also just started. So Adenta, there was issue of the land. We've now gotten the land. Next slide, please. Ejurai have also started. Osino started in January, and the rate that they've moved is very wonderful. When we are going to Kumasi, on the right-hand side, after the town, you see the hospital by the roadside. Next slide, please. And Medina has also just started. Next slide. So the zone 4 covers mainly Greater Accra and Oti and part of Bono East. Next slide. Next slide. So it also ranges between Ashama, which has just started, to 71% at Ningo Pram Pram. Ningo Pram Pram will also finish before the end of the year. And maybe KJB also will finish. And in the Sege is, there's a picture for Sege. It's almost finishing. Next slide. Pram Pram is almost completed. Next slide. Sotium is also going very fast and to complete very soon. KJB is almost also completed. Pasa, as they came there, for nothing at all the people who are selling in the town can now sell their goods. So that's how cities and towns develop. Next slide, please. Chindere in the Nchumuru district, we have to cross the river to go there. It's almost also going on fast. Next slide, please. Jasekan just started because Jasekan was relocated from one area to that place, so they just started. Next slide, please. And Wadi Makasi just started, but they've gone very far. That is in Kwabri East. Next slide. And this English amount from which has just started there, they are doing the foundation. Next slide, please. So zone 5 is mainly in the upper west and also northern part of northern region and then northeast. Next slide. Next. It's Savulugu is finishing, it's about 82%, and Wichao who also will finish, that is in Wild West. And we also believe that Lambusi and Nantong and Daboya and Saboba will be able to complete this year. Next slide, please. And that's the pictures of Wichao and Lambusi. Next slide. And this is Funsi, which is also moving on slowly. Savulugu is by the roadside to Bolga. It's almost completed. Next slide, please. Daboya also have gone very far. It's sitting in the middle of nowhere. Very beautiful. Nanton is also completing. Next slide, please. Saboba have also gone fast. Saneregu in Tamale municipality is also doing well. Next slide. Olensi is also going, and then Golu will finish those ones next year. Next slide, please. And then zone 6 is mainly also in upper east and northern region. Next slide. Next slide. So if you look at Garu, Garu is the one that they use for the Garu is almost completed. Everything is there. In fact, Garu, they've completed their mortuary. There's a door and the air conditioner, everything is in. So he's doing finishing touches. Sang will finish, Yabaga will finish. Yabaga is so beautiful, it's also will finish, and Paga will finish this year. Next slide. Chiripone is also there. Next slide. Sang is also going on fast. Paga is also finishing. Next slide. This Bunkrugu, Yon Yon. This Pusiga and Pandai. And Yabaga, beautiful. It used to be called overseas. It's no more overseas. And this Timpani also finishing. Next slide. And we have Fumbisi and then Kumbungu. Next slide. And this is Namdam. Next slide, please. So we go to zone 7. Zone 7 is mainly in 7 of them are in Volta region and then some in Bruno East. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Is it finished? Okay, so is it finished? Because I wanted to show. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, that is Peve. Peve is completing. Peve is in Akachi North. Next slide, please. And Kajeji in Bruno East is also completing, moving fast. Next slide. Avidapa is also moving very fast. Next slide. Esangwanaga also moving very fast. And Vigo Lokwati is also will be finishing early next year, if not this year. Next slide. And Jogolokupta is also in Whole West. Have also moved very far. Next slide, please. And this is the Tamale Psychiatric Hospital. That's a different drawing altogether. Very beautiful place of a very, very good area. Next slide. Akachi has just started, but it's a bit slow. That's Akachi South. Next slide, please. And this is Petoy. Next slide, please. And this is Prang in Bruno East. Next slide. And this is Busunya in I think Koransan North. Next slide, please. So we come to the last zone, which is zone 8. Zone 8 is traders where the president cut the sword. Next slide, please. Next slide. So trader is the highest, is 87.17%. In fact, I'm sure as of today, it will be about 92%. They are completing. Next slide, please. So that's trader. That's the inside. They've even given this. They've done the inside, they've done the ceiling, and the first coat of painting has been done. Next slide. Boaman is going well. Kokobin is in the Ophorik room. It's also moving very fast. Next slide. This is let's go back. That's Katie Hammond's place. It's also moving very fast. That's Barakesi. It's also going very fast. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this squad here, maybe early next year to complete. Next year. Next slide. This Esiwa in Bosonifre, also moving very fast. Next one. And this Edujama at half-one fast. Next slide. This Mansour Dubia also moving very fast. And they claim they will finish this year. We are watching them. Next slide. And this is Insuta, which we hope will finish early next year. Next slide. This is the psychiatric hospital. I've also started and it's moving on. Next slide. And this Mankranso, I've said that they will finish by November, so we are holding them by the word. Next slide. And this Asokore Mampon, this is a story building. Next slide. And this one, we had an issue like Adesu. It's at Obuasi, it's a rocky area, so you have to change the site. Adesu, luckily, we haven't changed the site, but we are moving on at Adesu. Next slide. So that is the pictures of Agenda 111. The Bantima is a story building which I just started. So if you look at Agenda 111, if I want to hazard some guess, about so if you look at agenda 111, if I want to hazard some guess, about 33 of them are above 70%, and another 32 of them are above 50%. So 50% and above. We are working assiduously to complete the first maybe 21 or 33. Equipment procurement is ongoing. We've located the equipment already, some in country, so that any one of them which finishes, we will equip it and let His Excellency the President commission it. And that is what His Excellency the President, with His Excellency the Vice President, that's the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia are doing. All these hospitals have network. They will all be wired. All these hospitals will have easy management, and we are going. Each of these hospitals will be employing about 600 people. So it's going to create, plus the regional hospitals, it will create over 70,000 employees for health professionals. This is not to talk about the number of people who will be also which will be created in the vicinity that will find them. So if you look at all these things, then you realize that we are preparing Ghana for any uneventuality, so that when we have anything like COVID-19 again, God forbid, but we are not out of it because we are in a world where pandemics will continue coming, we will be able to produce our own vaccines. We will be able to carry our vaccines to anywhere that we want to take it, if it is even not possible by drones. We will have health professionals who will be incentivized and then given all the incentive to stay in the country and work in these hospitals. We will continue training people in all these hospitals so that our children who are aggregated and cannot get to medical school can also get a place where they can go and do clinical care, and our nursing students, provide them very able to send some of them to also attract some foreign exchange into the country. And then we are going to use some of them as centers of excellence. Some of them all the regional hospitals will have dialysis centers. I want to stress that. So we are not going to build one dialysis center that everybody will come there. So every region will have a dialysis center. All these hospitals will be doing the adult weaning or the medical checks, so that we prevent, we do health promotion, we treat, and then we also train and do research in all these hospitals. And with the backing of health insurance, which we are making it very robust, then Ghana will be the first country in the sub-Saharan Africa to attain, I'm adding an adjective, quality universal health coverage by the year 2020. Thank you, 2030. Thank you very much.
Another applause for Dr. Anthony Siasare. Doctor, we are so grateful to you. Thank you very much.
Today we are in Garu in the Upper East region, one of the Agenda 111 sites. As you can see, it is the physical project, and you can see the project is far gone. It is beyond just
Ghana this year. Pacho munua ba ne madinina Fatimatu Abubakar ni mene abanso afo ene omampanya na musini a mehwede wo bonsem so sani abribia yesiba manimu no efa regional town hall meetings and exhibitions ho eye dwumadi a ya hyehye ewo yaso eye se ye de nkontabuo ene aban nwumadi etitiru a ya ye nyina ho nkyeremu ebesomo no eduru hobio sani esi ye no nkran no abriwe de ye de kwapuye mantem ho entemesre na nanom ene adehye o wapuye mantem nyina se nyame ya adomo a eye September 3rd ebenada ewo ye nimu ya ye kuhia ewo National Center for Culture Koforidua na ya kire eye mpuntu nyuma kese
don't have hospitals, and we realize that Garu district has no fit for purpose state-of-the-art first referral center, we call this
development, and for the or the citizenry is good people like you who always make it happen. And the person that will give you one today, tomorrow when given the opportunity.
Our people say that he who laughs laughs best. Power was supposed to be one of the first districts when constitutional rule started in Ghana. But unfortunately, power was left out. There was a second round of creation districts. Power was still left out. The government has been doing a lot for the people of power, but we have not been voting for the government. This Agenda 111 is a dream come true. So as normal people, we went this time.
Our brothers from across the other country, Burkina Faso, come here for treatment. And that's why a lot of people will know that there is a hospital here which is very good to create jobs.
The people of Bursa South are very happy because this is about the single most important investment and the highest investment ever in the history of the district, where such a giant project in the area of health is being done for the people.
This is a strategic location because if you look around, we have over 6 sub-districts which are far from Kumbisi. If this is completed, it will help a lot.
So I'm happy that you have been able to sit down here to wait for it. It shows that you are very much interested in what has been brought to a Timpani. So this is one of the sites in Northeast which has progressed so fast within a very few time when there was problems with the external west and everything. You can see the first whitewash painting. We are doing external west. The drains are all being done. The external west have been leveled. So I'm very certain that this site will be completed before the end of the year.
As you can see, the people are so excited, the chiefs and the traditional rulers and the queen mothers and the youth, everybody is excited that we are getting a befitting health facility, a district hospital. The vision of Agenda 111 is unique. In fact, we are grateful to His Excellency the President of the Republic and his Vice President, the next President of the Republic, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia.
This seat doesn't belong to MPP. People are saying that, oh, why didn't we do it slowly? We are too ambitious. So I ask a question, which district should be left behind? So that is the essence of Agenda 111. The regions who didn't have even many Agenda 111, they have at least 2 district hospitals.
Oh, Ghana fine Nensanu Numa Ebini Efe Nsweni Yamanumonio. Honorable Ministers, Enidiemu Nkajumedi Nka Eastern Regional Chief Imam Yusuf Sulemana Amudani Nanka so basie na bibia sankam no into wetu na namusini eye Alhaji Sulemana Salifu Ahmed, rep of the Eastern Regional Chief Imam Owa Alhaji SS. Ena yawo chairman local council of churches Koforidua, ye Bishop Dr. Brekwine ewa yewra. Yesan wo yema school fo ni bi eye New Jabin Senior High School omo wa ha mo me mfa nsem kese mo makwaba New Jabin mo pagya mu mo ya de papa if ya no pa ya mo mo ni yo message sere no maka to dwa se presentations and mpanimfoɔ yɛyɛ nyinaa no documents no ɛwɔ hɔ ayɛ available. Ministry of Information ɛwɔ bi, Regional Coordinating Council ɛwɔ bi. Opa yɛ pɔn yaa yɛrɛ minister ɔbɛma ne mpanimfoɔ no bi ama wo bi. Information Service. Ministry of Information, Pamoso Omoha, Humpany for Ombemaubi, the Bia Danuquem, presentations are Yayanina, a whole document, ever Ayabemaubi, no watch him now so whom Sabie, du Medie Aircofa, Ewo Abainu. Sabri Yadubra Yabia Quayatuo, say the Empany Foka Yanara, be beached the waging. Won't be biase. Opa say muye. The floor is open for questions, suggestions, remarks, contributions. There will be a ye kwayato. You say sabe adwini nyansa eni baako fo tirim. Baako fo so a emia. It is first 5 emre ni mo a. Na mesra kadu apia to bia say nana efua tabri ewo yentem nana pagya mu e wada uroma Picture first 5 nana bra wanim kakra na de odi ho bio entoa nana so nana bra wanim still bra wanim kakra maybe to one answer. This way. Nana Pacho the was seminal at was tit and found wine. Into me, Ramianko. A friend, a question, if you ask correct. New job enough. Mestre, ye train quani ya dear. Who hear me, papa. Nti me stress ka ban ba be ya man ya ka be bo yi nyina me da mas nana
ba mo cho ye from nana for tabu pay man tam bo tabu conform me ye wura ma sama da me koma so ne say kan ye ma ye be hwe ye na adoma ye wo Ghana anani pa ye na ye wo Ghana so bi be ye na ojegu kwam no bi be ye ade bia ne ye japade ne e ka hwiram tika me stresse we dem slow ye be hu ye fe na be den ye be to aso ye di kosia na ye di kosia na ye di kosia ama ye nko ye nimu da father room me sre ye ma na wo wuram no dosu tika ye nko ye nim na ne ye hu no emra ya brabo ma me da mo ase
yo di otosim ye nsan
kra ne se ni aye gu akire ni de me ma bi da me yi na na di ama be hu de ne kra ne se anka ye na ya ntoaso na anka ye nkọ na ye we enkwa wie na wira mu ye ma doso tenfie
yewra
gracias friend Kofi Lucas if a critical strategic thinkers network founder if in can me buy presentation question no chese u bi o kwa wonti ase akwa se dayeso na ansa na yebetimi ama saa adifefe atwaso no esise ye make sure say baabi a bobe cost say no 50% enye religious bodies because omo wodom it will make sure say asori bia what that if original mo host no 50% enye asofo na nya ka no ede enka ho ero dia one na to simienu ni hu say epa security ho no community policing eye yi a say yema yeni eko ho pa because emra polkoi ewo ho no IGP 2012 ye na ye started community policing e won kan tesa no me na me organize the first conference national conference na bi sida ndiama kapese ye ni nyina no emra IGP ni fisu ades ne bae no omanfa ye amfa nye juma na ɛha sɛ obi wɔ nimdeɛ bi na obetumi aboa moma yɛ make sure sɛ onikono will involve him or her because mmerɛ a IGP bɛsinko na pɔte ya yɛda ase MPP for IGP ni baa no nyame ne kwanim na nneɛma bi ɛkɔ so amboa nti mɛsrɛ sɛ current IGP no o make sure sɛ edwuma no yɛyɛ ɛma community police wɔ tesa no ɔma n'ani ɛnkɔ hɔ paa because nanu mi kɔ nyame ko hu yɛ no m'ani anye because police hospital nneɛma na ɔma yɛ no mi hu sɛ dodoɔ no ɛwɔ bush yɛhia community police for na ɔma abɔ wɔn a wɔyɛ adwuma no ɔma abɔ wɔn ho ban ɛnyɛ sɛ akɔnfoɔ ɛbɛte sim mesrɛ mo meda mo ase paa deɛ odi hɔ
yo meda ase
patro bɛɛ fidie no ho
thank you sir yɛfrɛ me Michael Osu Asante anaasɛ Emu Asante Nana Champon because Peters nti woyɛ Virginia yes Basha mun say thank you Dr. Insiasare mi gida hai mi ko pension vie dunsunie 1927 as me call hospital to have insurance ya show we are as performance kona kwaji wadu in the 78 good years yet me chira there 37 years minimum mo akan na pensioners e de be na mo ya mayen mesre se e betimi a mo enzam tie en kakra second one to Minister of Finance Akra outside is hard you would all your brand here outside is hard mesre se iya munye bi ma iya pensioners bibi kura da kro ene ayi 1 month bi bonus bi thank you sir
erase de odi ho me pam chow obia question baako nenye tiawa misra mo a ebere ni nti
Kofi Asare Bako Mansa Musa Foundation bidie de abasobo se adwuma ya hwe ne de ehu de sese na bato e kwakoto no abaya asudie ma ya sukufuo empanifo emma sey nyina yenta abanyachi na omonto aso na adwuma mabo sukufuo esem trofo mo kan no kwentre amanfo no na nyina yemfa o seyo enta
nti ye pesi ehu adokode potinti a health insurance no enye mfama no Mr. Yenko.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Freeman Kojo Gadri, Assembly Member for Adam Magazine. This go to Honorable Minister. Please, when are you completing my Adam Magazine project for me? Thank you very much. Adam Magazine project. Adam Road from Adam to okay. Thank you.
That's it. Diodiho.
Pastor Fremi Anthony Ayate Mefri Apa Manya Krobo. Me and training. Masem bisane se mu kasano manti se obia eka eye kwayo ho asem. Manti kwayo ho asem papa, but ebano ye Easton Hasea ye major contributor to the food basket. Anka me expect sanka mo beka ho asem pa akodu baby. Afen so encentrafo eduma yeah, no, there was smaller media houses. ɛwɔ rural areas no me expect sɛ saa information a mode abrɛ yɛn yi moma no nso yɛ so na yɛmfa ma wɔn a ɔmo wɔ rural areas na ebi a ɔntumi nhwɛ tv but ɔwɔ radio a ɔbɛtumi atie na yɛmfa nso ɔmo so medam ase.
Yes, radio di obi.
Yo, your friend me Kofi Boateng, Ghana Federations of Persons with Disability. The education, say a kuobi ewa no mo say me fan to drive your person be join queue no. Artisans, seamstress for hairdressers. Say betna ha no ma ejo shops. Say she anka e form ho. Say ya yo mo ya pant me pamuchoya na ya ka bibi aform kakra. Mijan no ma say e abasobode na edikan. Me dey ma aban no because my name is Crop for persons with disability. We've enjoyed a lot from this government. Me pamucho say abatwa ye kotui nipa mienu edi etitiru wo mu pa no yemfa ne say a very responsible father wofie ono de bibia e fa na busua ho bia no waje ayeden aboso o pese oyeden oye nanso yehunu wa bonten a the needs of the family nanso no eba indicators any whatever obetimi dia impress abonten a obetimi ayeden a show me pamucho ifo ananwan ena mienu we no ofo se yeyina eye me de masem tiawa no now me name enko for say as a person with disability from 2009 to 2012 na niema bi wa ha no ma me be bobo a na enye komo ebi ni disability common fund assembly common fund num ni Dwabe North me angasa me MC wa ha no ma last Thursday yana nipa persons with disability mako 59 yemo obia 1500 cedis as what startup capital nipa no ede kobo branca kakra ebi na ebi tensi enti no mebo aban na baso eye lipa ye kan wansem some of my members enjoy it and na covid never yen so na ahokyere aba yemu bi we are workers I'm a teacher but omo nya adwuma ne so government no my grants any reliefs be pray ni nyina no eko ebo aban na baso there is presidential support, disability transport allowance and guide allowance are workers, public sector workers enjoy ewo den pay slip so say when nyina no edika and a bebra aban no so let's be a bit when we are dealing with certain issue. And lastly, Minister for Finance, Mr. Unemployment, quota for persons with disability. It's clearance now, financial clearance now, insists persons with disability are given some kind of preferential treatment. May I say?
So, my name is Newton Pamalakacheku. I represent Ghana Federation of Disability Organization. I have two questions, but they are all very short. One has to do with the Agenda 111. We want a detailed information on accessibility standards as per the Agenda 111. Because for accessibility, we're not talking only about ramps, but any other accessible items, looking at the washroom, even information, accessible information, in from the OPD to the consulting room. So accessibility report. And if anything at all, we also want to conduct or to join the team from the Health Service, or Ghana Health Service, or Ministry of Health, to also conduct what we call accessibility audit of the Agenda 111. That is one. Two has to do with the issue of Galamsey. Regional Minister, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. Galamsey is very crucial as per the dictates of our environment, and it also affects especially persons with albinism, where the devastation that the disease caused to the environment, especially the forest. What measures are we putting in place to protect this group of people from the direct sun rays when the forests are being destroyed in terms of Galamsey? Activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Isaac Enede from Old West Municipal Assembly. I'm going to be specific. My question or is a request to Dr. As the agenda 111. He said the criteria was district without district hospitals. So I'm guessing because Nkoko has Holy Family, which is for the Catholic, but in the presentation I saw, and I know certain districts that also had a Catholic hospital, but were given agenda 111. And looking at the population of Nkoko, it will better serve us if we get one agenda 111 project in addition to the Catholic hospital there. So if it's not too late, it's an informal request because we have been putting it in our plans, but we remove it every year. So it's an informal request. If it's not too late that day.
Okay, I want management to address on the youth resource center. We've been there, but there is the equipment or the machines over there are very limited, and then I just want to know how fast is management going to resource the place for we the youth in Koforidua?
Me pacha o ye frame kwabra asumadu me woni dwabe enough masem bisani eni amapa na kwa ba ne befa so amasa ne mai ehu dawuro timi akọ ba bia eno meto e de ma oman no me kai 2005 omapanyi kufuo bra wo ho no mo no auto tractors 400 e de ba ebe ma akuafo nanso so bra wo free aban so pe NDC for Babaton, Sanya Mayina, Edema, or Madofo, and Omanafo. If I should be Amaso. Say, you heard your banya ya. Nasa, you check Emma, Sa, a dear way, a sign, ever be enormous and the Fabana, a day in the BC, with a Metomagana Funa, you decided, Madame.
Dear family, Mayor Jumama, Kesben TV, is still regional correspondent. Mr. Minister, Wadaroma, Mesro, so Casano, Obobo, schools be prayer, Abai, Aya Juma, na development, Ako, so a school, Ahodun, Mesro, St. Stephen Senior High Technical School, a Siapa. School nearby 47 years in here. May count the state of the school to surprise you. Mesro, it is so. Evidence was a mini paragraph, a waha. A action for ye free action, and unti, Mumiam watching, Jedi said, Minister, may come we am the Fauci, Brahma by Aswati, but that's be free.
Okay, if I may, Ajo Dixon, the Mark Foundation, I work from the Youth Advisory Council. Pacho, the question may be say about the youth in Agreg. First, access to land is very low in eastern region, especially New Jabin South and New Jabin North. And machinery for the youth in Agreg. Also, the capital of France for it. Because for me, I'm a young farmer and a proud one as that. What are we doing to also support the others to push farming or agriculture in Ghana? And for the growth or the economic growth in Ghana, we can't do away with agriculture. Thank you.
The original. It's on the project again. I'm almost stopping your friend Charles Ababio Guta MC Obubodino ni refi and Kakra. Now my question Ekoma Deputy Finance Chair. Yeah, before. Now yeah, abai aye nyina no ye tamachi. No kwasam ne se sankama maha kaminimu se mabadwuma saa. Nyame nhyiramo. Na emomu no se ye ko bank, se ye ko jiska, ensi hu no wosoro. Enti ye ni baba ya ho so no na ye dwuma abafom. Ye ebusa se eden na mo ya fa ho amaye. Ebiem no se ye kra niama fi amanone a import duties e wosoro ye mo 4 weeks si ye ka say 20,000 4 weeks ni so no na e ko 30,000 enti ye sra ban se mo nko ye moa na mo hwe ye adwadifo ye damase.
Mpacho menso ye frame mame ya afempoma mi fi Jumapo new job enough pacho na deputy finance minister Kasano Kasa fa lip pacho I lip me beneficiary ho na first me 74 to say me 300 cedis em said 2 weeks ago ya na eba but asem say me mama ni wo papa no mu nyina afu na eye 4 na me ba ko nso awaka ma eye 5 me na me show mu nyina nanso me wie nursing training 2021 na nka menim se clearance ne ba ne ke be cover 2020 and 2021 but ntimi afa esa ntimi sere eye doctor say se no ka se nka mo bie eye portal no foforo no se nka mo bia Munka na ko mo fa 2021 fo nka ona ka me subintimi enhwe abusia na aka no medamasi.
But champion Buadi Jeffrey Minister Master Media also direct ye fa Jumapo Sushen Kwaski Suhona maybe a tribuna omokwan ne ye eba se omoye highway no omoyi kwan ne beto kuro no mu ana omode ye highway omowie na kuro no ekwan ne nyina asai ehon so ye kuro bia anase eye area eye farming community ehon na nnuane bebre efiba besi ne ye kasai emre bi mete se ya award the contract. But as of today, Bibia Enkoso, it minister, Bibusao, Mesrao, and Idiom, the very important Anna contractors ever back on so am I. But that was
Yadamunina, the Debbie Yabama, Yempenin for Amayan, and we, Michilombe, Samanano. Now, your best deputy minister of finance, no, what kind. Eyi anwa man na mpanifo aka no so atoa so yebra wadawroma
madawasi na mada koforidia man nso ase odo ne abotre monya atwa ye ne de hode no me ho adwiri me papa onyame nhiramo menim se enipa ewo ye nimntia emi se minya simbisa nkasa de baako na ebi by about agric any other areas no no kre enema bebre na mo bebre ho no mo a yetu our agric support bebre se na nsem be kaya eye drought AC wo different regions no se de be ya ebetime nya yemfudie na na ye no bae no aba na asoyenti no aban eso akuafo no bebre asene initiative bebre no more am say me no ho nya me area ntino mintimi enko but me ne mo ya adwene se yakɔ baabi a ebi ya yɛhwɛ hɔ no dwumadi omudie no na yɛma ɔsoɛfo anaasɛ obi a ɛyɛ no asoɛyɛ no atumi abɛkasa bebree but yɛwi a mɛtumi agye wo number na nneɛma bi information bi a wohia no mɛlazy with the relevant minister na ɔnsaka question I'm said mama pay quota for disabled people. I think say idea etwasumu na ye debeko na minim say wo hwe ye manifesto is excellent Dr. Mahmoud Baumia present here or propose say ye koye ni mo no senkunimdie ba eye obia sebe wadi dem one way or the other no ye certified disabled person no eye ubeko school to tertiary including university school fees bia enim ntinu mi say saban no wani swade hunu say o ko school am wadru suapon so na wontu ahwede a eye den a o ma o metena fie nti hye ebe wo so wi a saa quota na yehwehwe no yensa ebeka bi na minua obisa asem fa interest rate no se e wo soro no kre on se na make all the economic indicators no in 2017 na interest rate na 13%. Em say branding na ma me fa enema me nsape e ka ho asem no which was one of the lowest I de buy na the good news is say and also eba from as of last year na 29%. Meno ka say 24.8. Me hope say when I'm talking about the 90-day treasury bill and I'm doing so as a benchmark, not to talk about the actual way. But me hope say as the year goes on, by the end of the year and in next year, as the other macroeconomic indicators na make kan ho asem no page no sa na interest rate no so ebeba from sa eba economy na sa na ema na working inflation, interest rate, depreciation o ma yese enuanom o mu nyina atena fa enti se we ehya se so obo no homodin a sa na nkae no so beba o homodin enti sa na te so here data metimi a share mo ena eye habo enema mutua no again eno so ye no kre in fact be bosumi eni mene port home from penifo no koshia oba ministry ho a me na me in charge of revenue nti ba customs we ni na no mene o mo na ye adwuma nti me koshia habo ho penifo no emom ene mu di nkomo se kwan ba so ne betimi afa so a charges bi ho no mo a enye taxes a yebetimi atu ho anamo na adwadefo ho hawo na eba etu na nkasa yetua nem se ho na interest ne bewa because here tax reforms of all our taxes. The idea is say ye per se Ghana a destination for businesses and ye per se mo ankasa adwadefo no mo betomo because adwadini ho towa and I just mean so baby ametie no na me so me gi ho process. It's no reform na no customs e kan ho ba ya me no ka say mama the head of policy division or ministry ho say on your research na on mama who charges the brain na mutua no e mo di itime ne shipping companies no atimi akasa na for the meantime no etimi atu ho anamo na ejina ha there under the IMF program no you commit to certain revenue enti no animu ya no a reform no ya yebeye no na yetimi aka kire o say the reform will rather give us more revenue eno na be ma ye kwan ame yi etu bi afiri ho ana say ye de etu bi so ya sesam nti de meka ne say aban wo ani so adi hunu na titru mi amete hai tax me ko school nyina na me ko sua nti ya de a we ka say te say me ba na kwan bi am nso me fa so na maboa me minister na yetimi ama etuo no ya ye no in a way say ebeboa ma wo ho ankyere wo na meka bidia to so no mene Ghana Revenue Authority ye reform bia ebeboa ama yehu one a ombetimi atua bibia no atua bi ede aboa se base edom na yetua no ekoyenim na obi anso dwuma yodi ni etimi hu dwuma wodi na obi atimi nkakra by expanding the tax nets we are able to reduce the tax burden on individuals. So the idea is to expand the tax net with a new initiative. Once we finish with addressing some of the challenges and getting more people into the tax net, we will be able to reduce the tax burden because the number of people paying are going to increase. In terms of winner, medibesi, namadamos.
Okay. Yo, me da say say questions no be me ensa efa apomudine ho. Obi busa question health insurance. Or say exemption for the aged me boa. But say health insurance we aged na oko renew health insurance untua bibia me boa. Untua hwe. The toso mi enu ye ebia enuro no bibo na na wosoro kakra eno na ye ne health insurance for no di hu komo nti omo ye bi e frɛ no review omo hwɛ enuro no nyina abo se be ya ye nga se kotua bi ka ho ana se bi ete sa adi ne nyina beba na wo hu se health insurance no ye penina wodi be 60 years and above na obenya benefit wo ho ye toso bi e bo so ne se ye manifesto e dey ba no yeah, maybe the home care and nursing homes are shim. Now, who he has a beer, the beer over so required is a hospital. Now, Obi Betima Hill, Ewofi, I'm also who he has a dog hospital at Dobacom. It is a share now, or somebody I bet me. I heard Emma Panamone and an unknown penny for no year or year queer anymore. Obi busa question efa ajadawawa ne plans we have done for the accessibility of this people living with disability. We've already met your national executives. We've asked them they've gone to see the consultants. But if you look at the drawings and the pictures you showed you, none of the hospitals are even story buildings. Only, I think about 2 or 3 that we are starting. But those which are story buildings, they will have ramps and also lifts to take people all over the place. The toilet facilities, how to get to the ward, how to get to anywhere, is all disability friendly. The only place of the present drawing where you may have to climb about 2 or 3 steps, we've made ramps there. So you can go with either the wheelchair or you can easily pass there. So everything there, the designers took into consideration the disability law and how to make it disability friendly. So we've taken care of that. If you want to see it, anytime we come to your district or where there's Agenda 111, we normally go around, we have a deba like what we have done today, and when you finish, you go around with everybody. So you can test that one and go around yourself. Obusubusa say, "Oh, say hospitals here they come here. This is any hospital. And okay, oh here this is any hospital. Kura American in 88. By the big car, baby another district no so. Baby how what baby at district capital and all the hospital ni see where the all other side no onya home for so. And now you were Shark institutions, that's the Christian Health Association for to say Nkoko Hospital, Akwatia Hospital. Omoye hospitals like I say, I designate you say Omoye this hospital. In the honor, you have this hospital from Nkoko. But Nkoko in particular, the Nkoko here by trauma, accident and trauma center. And you know, say, be a queer anymore, the air no war, and you know, Nanka Yabisu on Coco, nanka yɛyɛ another one so koraa sa na wadu Kumasi nti ɛno ɛyɛ ade a woyɛ ne so sɛ after yɛba abɛɛ mu bi ma yɛwura ma omi aba a ɛyɛ another project a yɛbɛ take into consideration na yɛayɛ emergency centers ne acid trauma centers no ɛwɔ yɛ highways sɛ bɛyɛ a obiara ntu kwan tenten na ɔnhwere ne nkwa onya accident a deɛ no so saa na yɛbɛyɛ no deɛ obi so busa sɛ adan na yɛma nurses no clearance a yɛde ma 2024 nko ara no yɛyɛ no group by group sɛ mesi kaeɛ no afi bɛkɔ yɛyɛ ne yɛbie hospitals no pii yɛbie pii so a yɛbɛfa nkɔɔfoɔ nti wo a wɔ 2021 wo tam bɛba nya abotrɛ meyɛ very sure sɛ ɛbɛduru sɛ yɛbɛkɔ even December mu no na wɔn asan ama yɛ another financial clearance ti adeɛ a yɛyɛ ho adwuma no yɛbaa yɛafa nkɔɔfoɔ pii eti obiara so obiara nya abotrɛ yɛate sɛ nkɔɔfoɔ agyegye sika firi nkɔɔfoɔ sɛ yɛde odin bɛhyɛ mu meka ma obiara ate aseɛ sɛ woyɛ bi ama wɔba anaasɛ wɔfa aseɛ anaasɛ wɔba sɛ ma ne sika no yɛmfa no nhyɛ list a ne din ne mu no bi a nkakorɔ no gye ne sika no wie a yɛde list no kɔ yɛde bɛkɔ Ministry of Finance ɔmu wɔ saa group no nyinaa pin numbers eti wo pin number ni mu a wobɛtu akɔhwɛ adwuma no ase ba obiara ne wobɛtu a wɔka yɛhoro bi nansia nkɔfoɔ gyegye nkɔfoɔ sika ɛma wɔn kɔ hospitals na Ghana Health Service fo ne nim ɛkɔyɛ adwuma bɛyɛ 3-4 months yɛma wɔn nyinaa sɛ wɔn nkɔtena fie because yɛnyɛ aban bi a yɛka sɛ wayɛ adwuma afei ntua wɔka ɛbɛtua aka bɔsɔm mmiɛnsa yɛnyɛ saa yɛpɛ sɛ wɔsate adwuma no a yɛtua wɔka ne yɛtua wɔka nyinaa nti woyɛ kɔkɔame bɔ obiara sɛ nkotua sika ma obiara sɛ woyɛ 2021 a mɛnkɔ woyɛ 2020 referral a one pass ansa na 2020 na so a wodi nka ho nti yɛyɛ wie na 15,000 yɛwɔ mu sɛ ebinom ɛkɔ baabi bi ni hɔ na yɛhwɛ list na aka no a na yɛsan bie mu ama wɔn a wɔyɛ referrals no 2021 foɔ no mo so mo mmerɛ bɛba nti obi anya abotrɛ ɛnkyɛ koraa mo mmerɛ nyinaa bɛba tim sɛ me questions am ɛba ya meyi a no nyinaa no das
yo mesomesum wɔ ha sɛ ɛyɛ ɔpɛni odi kan kasa wo se ɛyɛ railways no dabɛn na aban ɛbɛba abɛhwɛ ayɛ ama yɛn mebisa mu no wɔn nso so ɛde nhyehyɛeɛ gu akwan mu yɛ asesei no deɛ ɛwɔ wɔn ani so ɛne deɛ efiri nkran ɛfa tɛma ɛde ba yɛn yɛhyɛ mu ɛbɛfa asutware akyire hɔ ɛde wura akuse etwam ekosi mpɛkadan ɛwɔ asogyaman ɛno na wɔn ɛyɛ no seesei wɔwie a deɛ ba yɛn nso yɛ ha no wɔahyehyɛ ɛwɔ pono so ɔbɛba ha nti ɛyɛ aban ani so ade hu no a ɔbɛhwɛ na wayɛ na dodoɔ naa soso na yɛ abasobɔ ebi ne yɛ maame nana ɔbɔ tɛbiri na ɔba akyerɛ yɛ sɛ yɛyɛ nnwuma no bebree te ɔsɛ yɛyere yɛn ho na yɛbɔ ho dawuro na ɛbɛ fie na dodoɔ naa so ɛte bi esan sɛ deɛ ayɛ no ɛwɔ akyire no deɛ hia ne sɛ ɔman no yɛne yɛwɔ ɔman no mu no yɛdɔɔso ebi wɔ nkuro nkumaa mu ɛna ebi wɔ nkuro akɛseɛ mu yɛnyaeɛ a nka adwumadi a yɛdie nka ebɛdi ne wɔ mansini ahodoɔ no nyinaa mu na obi ɔwɔ kuro kuma biara mu ɛtumi aba abɛtie bi na ɛsiane sɛ ayɛ mantam dwumadie nti no ɛna yɛyɛ wɔ yɛ kuropɔn mu sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛafrɛ yɛn nuanom a ɛwɔ mansini ahodoɔ no nyinaa mu sɛ ɔmo soso ɔmo mu ani akɔnhoma sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɔde ho amanebɔ ɛbɛkɔ fie akɔbɔ yɛn nuanom te yɛda ase papaapa ne saa futuo no yɛmfa nso ha yaa yɛn nua bi so kaa sɛ dwumadie a yɛdie no dɔɔso nti yɛnyere yɛn ho sɛ yɛbɛbɔ ho dawuro ɛfiri saa bere yi kɔ no dawurubɔ no a ne ahyɛ aseɛ no yɛnim sɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ dodoɔ no a wɔ ha wɔn a ɛyɛ kasafidie adwuma no dodoɔ naa so ɛwɔ a wɔn ateɛ ne yɛbɛkɔ wɔn nan so akɔ wɔn aso yɛ akɔtɔn enyima pa a aban n'ayɛ no papa bɛkasa fa ɛyɛ yɛn mpɔtɛmpɔtɛm bambɔ ho nsɛm a ɛyɛ community police ɛyɛ ampa na futuo no yɛasom yɛbɛma asoɛ a ɛhwɛ bambɔ nsɛm so ɛyɛ yɛn man mu ɔmanfoɔ nsɛm ɛwɔ yɛn fikyire ne yɛn mpɔtɛm ne yɛn man mu ɛyɛ ministry of interior ɛne asoɛ a ɛhwɛ mmabunu adwumafa mu ɛyɛ employment ministry a wɔn ɛkɛfua ɛna wɔyɛ community police no yɛbɛma wɔn nso aso ate saa adwenkyerɛ yi na wɔatumi afa so ama mpanin a ɔno wɔn di nsa wɔ so yɛ adwuma no wɔn nso aso ate ama nneɛma akɔ yie minua honorable adaa maazin kwan no nokora nyame anim nie ɛyɛ onim sɛ yɛkɔfo dua ha deɛ ɛyɛ kuro emu so nti akwan yie no aban asoɛ a ɛyi ɔkwan wɔ ha no ɛne department of urban roads wa mama nya ne nteɛ sɛ yɛafa ho nwoma nyinaa ɛkwan a wɔsɛ yɛfa so ɛdi ho dwa deɛ yɛfrɛ no public procurement authority sɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ho adwuma no urban roads wa me ayɔ ama ɔpanin contractor bi a yɛfrɛ no Jelcon ɔno na adwuma no akɔdi ne nsɛm na yɛdwuma no yɛma wo saa no a pɔtɔ kasa wɔn kakasa bi si yɛfrɛ no mobilization ahosiesie ɔfa na ho sɛ no ɔbɛyɛ ɔbɛgyina kwan no so a ɔbɛyɛ ne ntɛm akɔnti sɛ baabi a yɛduro ne deɛ yɛayɛ biribiara contractor na yɛhwɛ no kwan sɛ ɔbɛgyina so ɔma nti honorable menu mmienu yɛbɛkɔ gyina ne kɔɔ so akɔpem sɛ ɔbɛba ɛsiane sɛ maazin ne adankwan no ɛhia yɛ papaapa ne ahwɛ ayɛ ama akɔ so dodoɔ naa so ɛka kuayɛ ho nsɛm sɛ yɛn kurobɔ no yɛanka kuayɛ ho nsɛm yɛka kuayɛ ho nsɛm na aban nnwuma a wɔayɔ no ɛdɔɔso wei yɛ ɛfa ketewa bi na yɛpɔnee ho na hyehyɛ pono no so no aban ɛma yɛaso teɛ sɛ ɛyɛ mpuntuo nnwuma a ɛfa no sɛ akwan yie adan sie ɛno na ɔpɛɛ sɛ saa bere no yɛbɛma no aba nimu na yɛabɔ ho dawuro nti wohwɛ yɛ dawuro dodoɔ no a ɛno ne yɛdaa n'adi yɛayɛ akuadwuma bebree nti wobɛhwɛ a mehyɛ da ɛde ketewa bi bɛtɛɛ toɔ bɛkaa sɛ yɛkua adwuma so nsonsansoɔ ɛno nɛnɛ yɛhyɛ ho ɛfa ɛwɔ metes apenten hall ɛwɔ yɛkɔfɔdua kuro yɛa mu asesi a wokɔ hɔ a wɔn mu a ɛwɔ mansini ahodoɔ 33 a ɛwɔ yɛ mantam yi mu no obiara afudeɛ ɛne ne nhyehyɛeɛ a wayɔ ɛyɛ mfasoa ɛne agudi a wɔnyɛ firi kuayɔ mu no a yɛahyɛ no ama no soso ɔde suahu a ɛwɔ yɛsua ɛfa kwan yɛfa so ɛdane ɛnɔbaeɛ ani ɛma yɛnya ɛso mfasoɔ ɛwɔ kwan ahodoɔ so no wɔn ayɛ bi a yɛde adane ɔyɛkyerɛ ɛfa a yɛhyɛ ɛwɔ saa bea hɔ nti yɛbɛsrɛ yɛbɔ so kakra ebia na waso ne gyae wɔ kakra nanso yɛmfa nsi hɔ a ɛyɛ ban yɛ ne suade hu mantam yi adwuma so kɛse a yɛyɔ ɛyɛ kuayɔ ɛna ɛyɛ adwuma a ɛdi tintiman ɛso ɛwɔ mantam yi mu nti yɛne di akyire papaapa me nuanom nkumaa no ma wɔfa asefoɔ bi bebisae sɛ kwan bɛn na yɛfa so a yɛreboa mmabunu ɛwɔ wɔn kuayɔ ho nokora nyame anim nie ahia aban yie ofodua deɛ yɛn nsaase yɛde yɛkua no nɔɔso bebree nti yɛtu foma arekɔkye akrakyefoɔ no ɛkyerɛ yɛn kwan yɛbɛfa so a mfikyire kuayɔ te sɛ garden no yɛbɛtumi ayɔ sɛ obiara wɔfie a wote mu no wasase kumaa bi ɛdɛ wɔakyire no wobɛtumi de adua atosodeɛ ama ayɛ yie nti arekɔkye akrakye a aha deɛ yɛwura da wɔ ha sei wɔne me abɛdi nsa wɔ soɔ akyerɛkyerɛ m kwan a wafa so a ɔtenetene abusuafoɔ ama wɔmatumi de wɔn ho ahyɛ saa kuayɔ nhyehyɛeɛ no mu ɛno soso ɛboa ɛma yɛkɔ anim nokorɛ sɛna ɔbenfo ɛyɛ yɛwura ɛyɛ nsiasare kaeɛ no yɛn nuanom a ɛnte sɛ yɛn nom a sɛbe yɛbɛka no yɛkasa mu sɛ ɛdɛm kakra wɔ mu no yɛnyina yɛpɛ sɛ yɛbɛsom abom sɛ na ɔkaa no obisa me fa ɛyɛ ɛfɔm agudie yɛnuanom a ɛmfa mmara kwan so ɛne nhyehyɛeɛ a yɛde ɛyi ɛfɔm agudie so ɛde ɛbɔ bra a ɛsɛe yɛn nsase ɛsɛe yɛn nsuwa ɛno nti ama yɛato din sɛ galamsey no nhyehyɛeɛ bɛn ɛna yɛreyɔ ɛde aboa mmoa ɛyɛ nnua dodoɔ a ɛwɔ yɛn kwaeɛ mu ɛne yɛn nsase so a wɔn anammɔn no ɛma yɛhwere kwan bɛn na yɛbɛfa so a yɛbɛtumi aiboa ama mo so wɔn ho atɔ ɛsiane sɛ owia dodoɔ no ɛmmoa mo aban ɛde nhyehyɛeɛ bi agu akoma mu a yɛfrɛ no green Ghana day yɛ a afe biara yɛdua nnua afe apueɛ mantam yɛdua nnua nko a ɛrekɔ ɔpepem yɛ a yɛde ɛhyɛ nnua a saa abusuafoɔ no a wɔmfa mmara kwan so ɛsɛe ɛyɛ onyame akyɛdeɛ ɔde adom yɛn no ɛkwan wei na yɛnam so a yɛwɔ gyidie sɛ yɛbɛtumi de aboa ahyɛ anan mu ɛyɛ nnua a yɛsɛe no no ɛno ɛkɔtɔ akyiri no aban ɛwɔ abanbɔfoɔ a yɛfrɛ no operation halt yɛ a abra no no ɔboa yɛn na yɛka wɔn mo firi dwumadie no ho a yɛreyɔ yɛntoo n'ase n'ano ada yɛn me nua ɔsoafo a ɔhwɛ yɛn nsa asesɛm so ɛne ɛfɔm agudie nhyehyɛeɛ ho ama yɛn nkra ama yɛayɛ nhyehyɛeɛ bi a yɛbɛsi fam yɛma obi amanneɛ ɔmbɛhu ara ne yɛnam asase no ani saa ne yɛbɛyɛ no ebio woma yɛaso tee sɛ St. Stephen's Senior High School ɛyɛ me nua twene bo akodua na bisa saa asɛm no ɛwɔ siakwa ɛyɛ ɛbo akwa anafoɔ mansin mu onkra no masom mehu sɛ wuru sɛ ɛbo akwa atifi de hyɛ paragraph yɛn nti na bɛto asɛm ma ne twene bo akodua nsɛntwuru ni wani da hɔ paa yɛn nso so mede ato nwoma so baabi a yɛbɛfa so a yɛbɛhwɛ ama yɛn ho abombom mu no wobɛteɛ nka menim sɛ maamma hɔ a wankasa bɛbɔ me hwɛ ɛwɔ afidie so ɛde me ato mframa ma ma obiara te me ne sɛ na wokyerɛ me ni fɛfɛɛfɛ yi wobɛbɔ akyerɛ me sɛ meyi ano ma wɔsan sɛ maka ho asɛm wɔ ha mede wase ɛburo dwuma pɔ asikesu kwan ɛwɔ dwaben foforɔ mu ha atifi yɛde ma adwuma kuo bi sɛ ɔnyɛ ma yɛn mmere bi atwam sɛ na wokaeɛ no na ntentam na naadoade yɛ nyame ayɛ mmoa yɛde ama adwumakuo foforɔ a yɛfrɛ mo voter impex bɛyɛ abosome mmienu nie ɔmo aba so na ɔkwan yie no ɛdotɔ da na yɛyɔ a wobɛhu sɛ aka nsensɛnmu gye sɛ yɛsɛ wobɛ nsuo mu a na wote sɛ ɛyɛ a na mmoa no bi bɔ wa wɔ mu deɛ wɔ mu ne sɛ nsuo a ɛsom yɛn a yɛwɔ saa mpɔtam hɔ no ɛtwitwa de saa kwan no mu ɛno nti baabi a wɔyɛ adwuma no aduro no wato nsuo no a ɛyɛ pipe yi a yɛn nyinaa yɛbɔ nom yɛa yi na ɛba no saa gye sɛ yɛyi nsuo no kwan no ɛde to baabi foforɔ nti kɔntrata no ɛɛboa no ho no ɔne ɛyɛ Ghana waterfoɔ ayeyɛ ama wɔyɛ fo wɔn aduro akyiri megye di sɛ ɛnkyere biara no oyi ɛno firi hɔ a ɛbɛmboa ama ɛyɛ akwadum ɛne mpayɛ mu no a ɛsan ka dwumaapɔ ɛde kɔ asikasu ɛkwan ɛwɔ dwaben foforɔ mu atifi ɛyɛ yɛn adehyeɛ ɛwɔ saa kwan no so nyinaa no ɛbɛhunu aban nsa no ɛwɔ wɔn nso so wɔn borɔ no ɛne wɔn pɔtɛm megye di sɛ mede bɛsi a kakra a mekae a me so so megye di sɛ wɔ sɛ meka ho asɛm ɛna mayi ano yi
momemfa nsiambɔ kɛseɛ ma wɔ mo yɛda mo nyinaa ase honorable minister of information yɛda wase papaapa dr nsiasare nyame nhyira wo honorable eastern regional minister yɛda wase yɛde obiara se nkonnwa so adɔ sɛdeɛ mbi kankan sɛ wode biribi kyerɛ w'adwen a ɛfi ɔkyena kɔ minister wokɔ no office a wabi ato hɔ all the various municipal and district chief executive ɔmo bi ɔmo pono ato hɔ deɛ wonti asie biara no kɔbusa wɔ hɔ mbɛyi w'ano heads of department afei so presentations mpanimfoɔ no yɛ nyinaa no yɛwɔ documents no wɔ hɔ wokɔ regional coordinating council ɔbɛnya bi ministry of information wobɛnya bi heads of department nyinaa ɛbaayɛ mcs nyinara wokɔ ɔma adwoso a wo nsa bɛka bi ɔman ne nsi anan mu so yɛde wase yɛde mu nyinaa se yɛde dwumadie no ɔfa edi kan wɔ ha no ɛɛba na wieyɛ na afei yɛakɔ ɛfa ɔtɔ so mmienu ɛyɛ exhibition no nti yɛbɛgye yɛ closing prayer na chief imam anamsini ɛhyira so ama yɛapagya sabe reverend right reverend emmanuel maclord afiri yie wona ade yɛhyɛ aseɛ wo ne yɛnwie na alhaji ss nhyira so ne yɛmpagya assalamu alaikum atabi
ɔman Ghana de hyeɛ baabi a yɛdwuna ho brɛseɛ mu matena ase akyɛ moma mo mu so